David's Deserts Chapel. Make sure you guys thank Corey if you cross with him. Also, Oasis Pet Grooming. Jennifer is here. She is watching John, so make sure you guys thank her for her support as well. We're happy to have them on board. Also, 10 Back Bowling Solutions. Ryan Riley is back for more punishment this evening. So if you haven't already, thank him for his continued support. And also Ramsey Auto. And our final sponsor, the TAT Desert Southwest. We appreciate their support as well.
So how was your
if you guys are looking for any of the action
Good.
and the legends, Emil Williams,
I did
he's
go
here
get
with
it.
Full Stream TV.
Even when I was driving,
Everything
I was
is
still
on
like, you should go
YouTube.
here.
So if you have any friends or
You should
family that
go.
would like to watch along,
It was good. I
send
actually
them
went
to
inside
YouTube,
just
Full
because I
Stream
wanted to see
TV,
what a
and
new
you'll be able to find
Portillo's
the
looked like.
10K
So,
Cactus Classic.
different?
not really. I mean,
You guys see him
modern
now?
to a
Make sure you guys
degree,
thank him for
but
joining
it
us
still
when it's
looks-
110
still looks
degrees
good.
outside.
Cram all that old
Still looks-
stuff in there.
And finally,
you don't need
if
to
you guys have a
I'm
chance,
okay.
make sure you thank Mike Durmeyer and the staff here at Lakeview for hosting us
Yeah,
for our
it's
second
slightly
year,
modern,
and
but the
hopefully
same
for many
feel,
more
kind
years
of
to
the
come.
70s diner.
We appreciate them allowing us in their center for the whole weekend.
They were
as we
quick, though.
appreciate
I
all
was
of the
actually surprised
residents
they weren't busy,
in the community.
which never happens.
With that being said, we do please ask that you guys respect
It
all the
wasn't that
equipment in the
busy.
center.
I was like,
It is a
might be
privilege
the
for us to
fastest
be
I'll
here.
ever
They
go
don't have
in
to
and
let
out
us
of
be
a
here.
Portillo's.
So please no kicking, punching, or anything like that of the equipment. If
It
you're
was worth it,
frying
as
out,
usual.
go outside, let
Yeah,
out a big
man,
scream.
Even though it's a
Don't do it
different
in
state,
here,
it still
please.
tastes the same.
Good, good. That's
All right, your format,
yes.
you guys are going to bowl 8 games. If you're on the right lane, you're going to move 1 pair to your right. If you're on the left lane, you're going to move 1 pair to your left. We are using all 24 lanes this squad. After the 8 games, we'll cut to the top 7. Those 7 players will make tomorrow's finals. The top 2 players will be in the 1 through 8 seeds, and they will receive 2 byes. 3rd and 4th will receive 1 bye and be in the 9 through 16 seeds, and the other 3 players will be in the first round tomorrow. If there are any ties for a seed that determines if you get a bye or not, we'll have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. If there are any ties for the final qualifying spot, it'll be the same situation at 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Please do not tie, it makes my life miserable. I appreciate it. If you do not make the cut, we do have Desperado almost immediately following. It is $100 for the Desperado squad. And it's a 2-game shootout. The top 4 players from the Desperado will make tomorrow's final top 32 brackets. If you do make the finals tomorrow, we start bowling at 8 a.m., so please be here by at least 7:30. Also, the courtesy, I know on the sheet it says 2 lane, but I do prefer 1 lane. That is a typo. So 1 lane courtesy, if you need 2 lane, that's fine. Just don't get upset if somebody double jumps you. I appreciate that. And finally, if you want any of the side action, please make sure you guys get in by the 4th or 5th frame of the first game. There are brackets and Super Game 7 pots. All right, guys, we're going to get you started on 10 minutes of warm-up. Bowlers, please hold up on your warm-up. All right, bowlers. Once again, we'll be getting your score sheets down. Left lane will go left. Right lane will go right. One lane courtesy, and we are using the entire house. If you want to get inside action, now is the time. Good luck.
10 minutes of practice. I'm already. We know what letters we are. Doesn't matter. First name?
Douglas. Douglas.
Cactus.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right, folks, good evening. We're still kicking. Alive and well here from Lakeview Lanes, Sun City, Arizona. D squad, it's the final squad of the night. Well, it's the final full squad of the night. Immediately following the conclusion of this squad, the Desperado squad will be on the lanes. And that will determine the final 4 players that will make up the 32-player match play bracket. My name is Emil Williams Jr. for joining us for the first time today. Nice break there from Douglas Bukowskis. Getting that 7 pin to go. Ryan Riley. This is the also the largest squad of the night. It's also filled with several re-entries, along with those original entrants who wanted to bowl tonight. Lance Bentley also on 5 and 6. First time we are seeing 4 players on a pair also. So we should see a few different things tonight. Who knows actually how it's going to go. Pace will be a little bit slower. Matt Herbert, John Richards. Jondon Soper and Corrine Acuff rounding out this group. There was a small delay on 10, lane 10. And so that pair is yet to begin, and they still have practice to complete. So there will be a bit of a, hopefully not too large of a delay, but a small delay. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter the tournament. Every last squad that goes off in a tournament, there's always something minor that happens every single time. Every other squad goes smooth, there's nothing, and then when you get to the end, when the day is supposed to be somewhat, coming to that end, there's always something that I know makes the tournament director go, come on, like seriously? Having said that, didn't get a chance to have him on a little bit earlier, but now we will have him on at least at the start of this broadcast, and we've got some other sponsors to talk to later, but welcome in Matt Zweig.
Hello, hello.
How you doing?
Doing a lot better than I'm not bowling right now.
Yeah, you, well, First, you were, I guess, the first master of the back four, if you will.
Yeah.
Making noise. That was Brianna Cote in the last squad. It was you yesterday during the noon squad, the only squad on Friday. What do you think about this pattern? And I know you've been watching, obviously, helping out. You've been watching Russ Bowl and Kyle Duster as well. What do you think about this pattern?
It's very hard. We don't really see 35 mils too much, and especially in a pretty tight lane surface already, 35 mils plays really tight. And it seems like the mistake a lot of people have made so far is not enough surface. They can't play the correct part of the pattern, and then they get kind of gross.
Not enough surface. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least early. And then you can actually throw shinier stuff later, so it doesn't see the speed bump.
That's the pattern, too, for Dagger. I know you were asking.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you can actually see there's just so many loads from like 15 to 35 that. Yeah, right there. Yeah, if you have a ball with surface and you're trying to curve it, it just slows down and bogs down too much. So you actually need to throw the flippier stuff when you move in.
So in other words, it's hard.
Yeah, they're pretty tough. It's very fair, though. I think all styles play on this. You've seen Dylan Taylor make a run last block that went it pretty dead straight.
Yep.
You see Fitzgerald kind of playing the track. A couple lefties in there, a couple no-thumbers. I mean, it's kind of all over the place, and I think that's the most fair thing you can have.
I think so. As my good friend Jason Thomas would like to say, it's the sign of a fair pattern.
Yeah. Theo told me someone had helped him out with the pattern. I don't remember who it was, but whoever did, they did a really good job with it.
All right, so 9 and 10 is off and running in competition. And looks like they'll be about 4 to 5 frames behind, but it shouldn't be, again, too bad. Now, you were playing the gutter to the point of, I mean, it looked like you were kind of loft in the gutter, the right gutter. How long did it take you to figure out that's where you wanted to play, or were you trying to play there kind of the entire block, and finally you found the right ball or shape to help you do that?
Yes. No, I knew I needed to play right on this. If you actually look at the pattern graph, there's a little kind of square in the top, in the bottom right hand of the pattern where you can get your ball started off of. If you look at that, just in the bottom right there, that little bit of friction on 2-3, you can actually get your ball started there, and so it's already hooking once it gets to the speed bump. I know it's kind of high-end technical jargon, but long story short, you want to play further to right on this. That's where the miss one is. And I threw the wrong kind of balls to start. I threw pretty strong balls that burnt up a little bit. Tried urethane and it looked good for a game, and then it didn't look good anymore. 1 and 2, yeah, 1 and 2 was pretty nice. I think someone just set that pair up pretty good. And then I threw a back end of the bag ball, and I threw an IQ Ruby with a little bit of surface on it, and that I could actually see it tip down lane, which is what I was looking for. And then it was kind of off to the races from there.
Acuff off to a good start here in game 1 of this final squad.
And one interesting thing, too, that people don't realize is we have a Kegel machine oiling today, and Kegel machines can't oil the one board. Brunswick machines can. So when you see that and you see patterns like this, sometimes it's worth just playing that one board that isn't oiled. It's a precise shot, and if you can do it, it can be pretty lucrative if no one else can do that and they're hard from everywhere else.
That's interesting. That's a nice little nugget of information that people should keep in mind. So that's when you know you bowl a lot of high-level stuff, a lot of tour events, et cetera, and so forth. Is that something you? When did you pick that up? Like, when did you learn that?
This year on tour, because we use a Brunswick machine on tour, and you can't do that trick out there.
I'm already very unsure about this game one. And I think it's because there's more bowlers on the pair. And I'm seeing a lot of S5s, 5 through the middle. First 4 through the middle, though, I've seen. I just saw that for the first time, I think, all tournament.
I had one. I had a funny story
one?
about one, actually. My buddy Troy was watching one of my games, and I just made a ball change, and I struck. And he's like, yeah, that looks good, whatever. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm scared about getting 4 through the beak with this ball, though. Next shot, I got 4 through the beak.
Well, you put it out there in the universe.
I did. I manifested it real hard.
All right, Wilson over to the left. This is, let's see, Kyle King's bowling on 1 and 2.
What's he doing? He's got 4 baggers spare. That's pretty good.
This is I think it's what, one bowler from a full squad here.
Yeah, because I think the end pair on the high end, they have a 1.
Hello to all involved and checking in. Clashing, just seeing your question if you are still with us. So yes, this squad, the squad specifically, is the last squad to earn a bye. So the top 7 from this squad will, of course, advance to match play. And then the top 2 from the squad will get 2-round byes. And then those who finish in 3rd and 4th on this squad will receive the 1-round bye. And, of course, players 5, 6, and 7 will be seated just right into match play. And they will begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. local. Chris, I'd have to think that, as Matt said, happy to not be bowling.
Yeah.
Yes, because re-entry is already feeling up pain. Yeah, you know, I think I got to look at the roster, but just doing a quick scan, you know, we had a couple re-entries in the previous squad at 12:30, but I don't think any of those individuals I don't think anyone's doing the 3-squad deal right now. If they bowled yesterday or this morning and they re-enter this afternoon, you know, Brianna Cote did advance. I don't think anyone else who didn't advance, who had already re-entered this afternoon, is bowling now. Maybe if they want, they might be out for the Desperado tonight. But the majority of the re-entries I'm seeing were either from this morning and they decided to wait until the evening to bowl or to re-enter. There's actually a couple players who bowled during yesterday's noon squad that Matt bowled that are now bowling tonight's squad for their re-entry. But yeah, there are a couple people, several actually, from a re-entry perspective. And then some of these folks will be out in this Desperado.
Yeah, long day of bowling.
That's going to happen too. G, I see you. If that is the G, the Gerald Richardson. Alexander, good to see you back on. See your name in the chat. Alexander, where are you from? I didn't know you were from this particular area. Billy, yes. Yeah, today is much like a U.S. Open day. 3 squads, 8 games. It's very similar. Even down to lane patterns.
Yeah, I was told this pattern is a sibling of sorts of the U.S. Open pattern. Not the U.S. Open because we had 3, but
right.
The long pattern where you kind of had to play the gutter on it.
When you saw that pattern initially, and you did bowl the U.S. Open.
I did, yeah.
When you saw just the patterns for the week and then ultimately what it was, did you immediately take some comparisons just based on what you bowled on yesterday? Like, did that come to mind? Like, maybe I bowled on something like this before.
This pattern actually reminded me a lot of Kegel Arsenic.
Okay.
That pattern. It's very similarly shaped. The only difference being this has about, I think it's 6 more mils. I don't know the exact number. Yeah, nice 6-pin.
Wow. Saw that 6-pin to the left of your screen there. Robbie Patterson, man. Perry, Crowell. Hope young PC is doing all right. Flipper, I could. It all really depends on the schedule. If someone has asked or thought about it, requested, interested, etc. Happy to at least conversate about it. But it all certainly depends on the schedule. Feel free to reach out. Did anything surprise you at all on this pattern, Matt? Besides the level of difficulty.
I was going to say, besides how hard they actually ended up being, man, they were brutal. They still are brutal. It's not like that changed.
And it could be good and bad, too. Like, there could be a good surprise, like something you didn't anticipate that actually worked to your advantage.
The fact that it was actually a little blended on the gutter later in the day, they were pretty nice towards the end. I think the fact that the ball came off of the end of the pattern that hard still with that much on the lane, didn't really expect that. I thought the ball would slow down a little bit more and then just burn up. But no, it came off the back of the pattern pretty crispy for how tight they are, which added another element of challenge because that introduces more splits.
That is correct.
See, I like the idea that Kando has over here. He's going right to left with it, but I think he's just laying it down too far left. Nobody goes right to left anymore, though.
Well, I mean, I think I've seen more people in the last day and a half go right to left.
Sure.
Than I've seen in a long time.
This does make it easier, too. I think we are going to start to see more patterns like this, though. Patterns with very high volume, pretty long in length. I think the goal of it is to not make urethane reign above all and make all styles play. And I think he's 2 for 2 on this. But I think tomorrow we're going to see a lot of urethane.
Well, for sure. And when you get into match play, right, what are the things for you, because you're bowling,
right,
that you essentially kind of look for? And I don't want to give your secrets away,
yeah,
so
I won't spill
that.
any secrets.
Right,
You're
don't
good,
do
you're
that.
good.
But just from the mindset perspective, right, because you got time to kind of, play a little offense, right, in that regard. And it's obviously one-on-one. Now, this is 2 games tomorrow.
Oh, it is. I didn't even know. I thought it was 3-game total. It's 2-game totals.
Oh, I could be. Let me double check.
It's probably 2-game totals.
I'm pretty sure it's 2 games.
Okay.
But nonetheless, how do you strategize when you get to match play?
In a bracket like this, it's nice because all you got to do is win. You don't have to beat the whole field all over again. My general idea is I need to figure out how I'm gonna make the lanes best for me, and ideally at the same time make them bad for my opponent. So while I'm doing that, I'll figure out a game plan based on who the bowler is. I'll figure out what they might be deficient at, where can I make the lanes easier for me, where they're worse for them, and go from there. Now, if I'm bowling a lefty and I can't impact what they're doing, then obviously the game plan is make them as good as I can for myself, and that makes it a little easier actually.
It is 3 games.
3 games.
Yes.
Okay, even better. Yeah, so 3 games. You got a lot of time to do some work on the lanes there.
Oh, it's 2 for some reason, but that makes way more sense.
I think it was 2 last year.
Yeah, that okay. I wasn't off base.
Yeah, 2 it sounded right. You had more confidence in it than I did.
I did. I went full board. Matthew, I'll get you and everyone else actually some standings. Now, there are no standings to this point, obviously, with this D squad on the lanes, but you can see standings through or up to our 12:30, certainly. Still, again, just makes what Michael Fitzgerald did this morning.
Yeah, he crowbarred him.
Plus 201.
Yikes.
Just
Bowling league out here. 225 average. Yeah, it's about as far from league as it gets. Although we got a nice little pair over here on 9 and 10. We got a few guys striking.
Yeah, and in fact, they had to wait.
Yeah, right. Okay, that was that pair, yeah.
They had to wait, so it's not affected them, actually. We'll take a look over there. Yeah, Eddie Wilcox.
Yeah, just going right at him.
He bowled this afternoon. Nice 210 for Corrine. Good starts. She started well in the last block. And again, like many other players, ran into some troubles. Running into trouble is inevitable, I think, on this pattern. It's just if you can minimize it as best as possible. Again, unless you're Michael Fitzgerald.
Yeah, and he played the track the whole time. He played in. I couldn't believe what he was doing from in there.
Yeah, he kept moving left, too.
But it looked like he had a shiny ball with some loft and a soft hand, so he just got his ball through everything and then let it flip over down lane, and he's pretty accurate around the track area. Got a nice 220 possibly from Robbie over here. That's good. Yeah, look at that. Who's that on 11? That's got a 5-bagger spare double.
Well, let's find out here in a second.
Yeah. That's a pretty good start.
It's funny, game 1 of the previous squad had 11 players be even or plus.
How'd that work out for him?
Well, several or a couple still made the cut. But with 2 games left, there were 3 players who were plus or even. 3.
Wow.
And then the number, which we thought was going to end up being like minus 30. Great shot there from Ryan Riley.
That's John Mayer.
Ends up being plus. What was it? Plus 2.
Yeah. Yeah, which is like the same cut every other squad's been, right?
That was minus 1, minus 12.
Oh, right, it was. Yeah, yeah.
And then what looked to be maybe a minus 30 situation ends up being plus 2.
Yeah, a lot of guys had big games there at the end.
As you can see, 7 and 8 all done. Looking at 9 through 12. Good start there from John, but he misses a spare. So now he's looking at 240 plus. To his right, that's Chris Silva. Chris Silva can get into the 230s with another here in the 10th.
There's a couple nice scores going on out there, even just on this side. Feels like college bowling all over again. You see a lot of 1-5 combos. You ever notice that? When you do college bowling, it's all 1-5 combos.
It's very interesting, actually. Why do you think that is?
The patterns is really hard, and sometimes you miss right enough to miss the 3-pin right. You know, those clunkers just happen sometimes. Unfortunate there.
Eddie Wilcox, a very nice young man. Got a chance to talk with him a little bit earlier.
Hey, he's a good dude.
A very interesting story at how he got into bowling. It's only been a few years. I think 3, he said. But
how did he get into bowling? I don't know the story.
He basically said that he needed to just blow off a little steam. And so, instead of maybe going to the gym, he just went bowling.
Huh.
And just basically kind of started jogging him a little bit at the head pin. And, then he started to bowl a little bit more. And then just his natural ability, it looked like he was at least able to kind of keep it online and had that understanding early, and then people kind of recognized it. So he's starting to get a few tips
Right.
from some folks who know what they're talking about, and start getting better. And here he is.
That's awesome.
He bowled last year too. This
Yeah, I see him
tournament.
bowling everything. Kaylee and Almi over there, 230 with the spare.
Tell you what, I mean, this is what I said earlier. Ryan Riley, 310 off camera. No idea how this game one was going to go. And we're seeing some scores. We weren't sure if the scoring pace is going to be up just because there's additional bowlers. In your experience, right, and you bowled obviously a lot on tour. If you add a bowler to every pair, right, like this squad, as opposed to when you bowl with just 3, what typically can be the difference or differences that you've seen when you add more traffic?
The field can really dictate where you're going to end up at the block, where you're going to end the block a lot more with 4 in a pair. I mean, that's 40 more shots per lane.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of shots, and especially in something like this where guys using a lot of surface, right? They're playing all over the place. You can get some kind of messes on the pairs, but I think it's actually going to create higher scores later in the block and some lower scores in transition. That's my prediction.
When did you see transition?
I didn't really see transition based on where I was playing. And we didn't really have that many lines on the pairs. I mean, 3 to a pair.
Yeah, that's fair.
We only used a few pairs like that. I mean, and everybody played everywhere. No one knew how to play. So the first squad, it transitioned if the pair you followed decided to play differently than you did. That was really when you saw transition. I would expect them transition about game 6. That's going to be a big transition, guys. People are going to start throwing some shinier stuff, or they should. Probably about game 3, you'll see that first transition as well. Eddie strikes for 230. It's so easy to do.
Miss room looked to be very non-existent.
No, and the second you think you got a little sniff, you move to the next pair, it's gone. Lost the scent. But it really did feel like every pair was its own pattern. Some would be like, a pattern would be stretched 4 feet more. Some would have no carry down at all. Some right lanes would hook more than the left lanes, which it seemed like more of the left lanes hooked. It was pretty much a mess.
All right, officially game 2. I was like, there'll be a little bit of a delay. A little work down early on lane 10, and that pair probably struck the most.
Yeah. Yeah, they caught up that pace real quick, didn't they? A lot of one-shot frames. Now, if I'm sitting here behind 5 and 6 watching this pair all squad, the first thing I'm thinking about is how Kando and Ryan Riley used a ton of surface on 6-7.
Okay.
I think that dictates a lot throughout the course of the day, because you're never going to be able to play right of that. And you can only respond to how people responded to that, which is usually left of it. So these guys, you see, I don't know the guy on the left lane who started. He doesn't have a name jersey, but he was up 7. He's the Arizona jersey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he threw it like up 7. This guy threw it up 7. You'll see the next guys that are playing straight coming to this pair, they'll be around 8-9. And so that surface just set the tone for this pair. But on 7 and 8, that didn't happen. They didn't throw charcoal in that spot. whole different pair. They might start around 4 or 5, and that pair is going to be 4 different the rest of the day now. See, he's already further right.
Oh, that's interesting. Those are all the things that you've got to keep in mind. And I feel like, obviously, right, because you bowl on tour often, these are things that you consistently have to think about and that you see.
Yes. Yeah, you got to pay attention to all those little things, because that's how you gain pins on the field without actually necessarily throwing it better, or lining up better, or whatever. Just knowing that, if you think, okay, I know, if you look at the expected value of knowing some information, it might be 2 pins in 8 games. But if you made a cut by a pin, that got you in the cut, didn't it? And then if you know 10 things, that saved you 2 pins each over the course of a block. And that 2 being maybe your first shot, or your first or second frame or whatever, you knew that left lane would hook more. So you struck instead of got 8. You know, just those little things, they add up. And that's what makes the tour bowlers that good, beyond just also being physically better and understanding the game more.
The booth with Matt Zweig. He's already made match play. He will be bowling in the morning. What'd you finish, 5th or 6th?
I was 5th. I didn't even know there was 4 buys. I only thought it was 2. So I was fist pumping, getting that first set. I didn't realize I needed all 3. I 4-pinned second shot, but yeah, I thought it was just top 2, get 2 buys. I didn't really understand what was going on from there. Maybe I should read the flyer.
You're reading the rules, as they say.
I usually do. I just didn't for this one. I was like, okay, I just got to bowl 8 games. They're going to be hard.
Well, I mean, that is 90% of it.
Yeah, right?
Would you have preferred a buy if you could get one?
Yes, very much so. More for the sleep-in factor. I live 35 minutes from here.
I feel that.
Yeah, I'm all the way out in Scottsdale, so it's a few exits down the 101 down this way.
I feel that.
That's all right.
Yeah, 8 being here by 8:30 as opposed to, at the latest 7.
I gotta be at the latest 7. I gotta be here.
No. Well, I mean,
Jeez.
at the latest starts at 8.
Oh my goodness.
So I don't know how much time you need to get ready.
Yeah, I feel that. Oh man, it hurts to think about slamming that alarm at 5:30.
Hello to Carl Long, by the way. Carl's still checking in.
Carl's the man.
Carl, I hope all is going well at the event. He also said a great explanation regarding how big a few pins can be when talking about a longer block. And ultimately, if you really think about it, with the cut scores that we've seen, -1, -12, +2. Specifically, the last squad that looked like it was going to be -30, the cut number. And then, again, it just jumped tremendously in the final 2 games.
Right.
Where, you can go back and find, tons of pins, every player, across 8 games. And you never want to leave it to chance. You never want to just have that conversation where you're going back and counting pins. Like,
right.
I missed X, Y, and Z, game 3. Then this happened in game 6. I didn't get count on this. That's as bad as losing by 1 to me.
Yeah, that's tough. Especially when it's a lot of pins. Like, you missed 4 makeables and missed by 30. It's like, oh, man. I could have just made my spares and I didn't have to do anything different. The worst, though, is if you flag by like 100 and you look back and you're like, I don't know how I could have gotten 100 pins. That's the worst feeling. Then it's just futility.
Gregory Witt. Mr. Soper.
Hey, my mom's in the chat. What's up?
She is.
She's probably watching with Leia right now. Leia actually just bowled women's nationals today.
Did she?
Yeah, she's on the. She works for them. So
Sure.
she bowled the employee squad today.
I remember those days. I think I'm now back in the I can make money whenever I go back and bowl.
Yeah, right.
Whatever that will be.
Did you bowl nationals this year?
No.
Okay.
Nope, I did not. I don't even know where I'd fit it in now, honestly.
Oh, schedules like that.
Schedule-wise.
I get you.
Which is good and bad, but
Right, it means you're busy, and that's a good thing. No, we bowl nationals. Me, Ben, Russ, KJ, and Mike Lichtenstein. We bowl July 20th.
Mike,
Yeah, right.
How about that?
Oh, that's my doubles partner.
Nice.
Love Litchie.
A good shot there by Corinne. Mom's in the car, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, Litchie whips out that EPX. It's game over, man.
It's great.
No.
That's so great. We should have a scoring update pretty soon. I saw Miss Virginia Young out helping Theo corral scores. A few more scores to get this block or this squad. So if that update is not as quick or fast as it has been in previous squads, that is the reason why.
You can blame Virginia. Well, there you go. Leia just texted me. 206 for last game. There we go. More 200s than a lot of people had at Women's Nationals.
She's done a great job
Oh, yeah. She's killing it out there.
this year. Really, really proud of her.
Oh, yeah.
Nice spare. Mikauskis. The washout conversion. This is game 2, final squad of the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. The final full squad. There is a Desperado immediately following the conclusion of this one once Theo gives the official numbers and who's going to advance from this squad. Those who are bowling the Desperado, I think by that time will be on the lanes, have their lane assignments, get some practice in, and then the 2-game sprint will begin.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch. That's right.
Well, hopefully you won't be watching it. Well, I know it depends on perhaps who might be bowling. But
Yeah.
hopefully no one that you want to bowl will have to bowl because they will have done what they needed to do during this squad.
Yeah, hopefully all my buddies just snap off the cut now and we
Then
don't
you
worry
can just
about
go
it.
home
Yeah.
and get that extra sleep.
Oh, I'll be leaving at some point regardless for said reason. Last night was the night to go out, not tonight. It's so funny, too. This is Squad 4, and you still see people playing them all over the place. There's not one defined zone. And it shows.
John, someone asked that question, I think maybe at the beginning this morning, I think actually. First squad this morning, someone asked, is there a defined place? Have we figured that out? You know, is there a ball shape that is better than another? And I was just, I haven't really seen anything that has been consistent enough across the building to suggest that, yes, there's one thing. I don't even think there's two things.
Yeah, there's no magic ball. There's no magic zone. There's no magic surface. There's stuff that can help versus, you know, throwing other stuff. I don't think urethane really looks good at all right now. So it's not like there's a magic urethane or something, but you know, you can throw the right ball and play kind of right, and you should be okay. You still got to make shots and fill frames and, you know, etc. Biggest key is not splitting when you miss. They're so steep front to back that the second you ball jackknifes, you're always going to split. If you can break up half as many splits as everyone else, you're going to be okay. Because I think the only person I saw that hit the hole consistently was Jacob. Probably fits. I didn't really see too much of his block, but he probably hit the whole lot.
Yeah, fits. Yeah, I didn't see him miss the pocket.
Yeah,
Really.
okay. And that's really it. I mean,
Honestly.
if 2 people have controlled the pocket out of 90 bowlers so far, and one's a righty that lofts it, and one's a lefty that gets it down in the lane, you know, no magic.
Quality break there for Soper. Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of players who bowled this morning re-enter and bowl here tonight.
Yeah. And it's funny, before the tournament started, this squad had like 8 bowlers on it. There's like no one that signed up for this squad. And everyone was saying it'll be the busiest squad, and here we are. Yeah, I think it was a great idea adding re-entries to this.
Was there a pair or pairs that when you were making your way across the building, and despite how you were throwing it earlier in the block, that was just not like, I'm throwing it good and I'm still not quite seeing what I'm looking for? Because I talked to a few players throughout the day.
Okay.
And it seems like there are a few pairs, depending on the player,
Right.
obviously, that it's like that one just wasn't my cup of tea, and some were much better, as it typically is when you know any bowling sim.
17-18 was pretty bad. No, that wasn't our end pair. Our end pair was 13. No, that was that was my
15.
starting pair. I'm
Right.
sorry.
15,
our end pair, the first block. Is that 17 or 15?
I feel like you guys went to 16.
We hit every pair. We bowled on every pair. Yeah, so 16. 15, 16 then, yeah. That pair was pretty bad. 3 and 4 was pretty bad. I mean, I didn't set up my starting pair well, so I blame myself on that. But those 2 pairs were, I had no clue what my ball was going to do on them. And when I was playing the gutter, it could be something as little as someone threw a couple shots, let's say maybe even with urethane or a non-flaring ball on the gutter, and they carried down just a spot of oil from 2 to 1. And now my ball doesn't, jerk off that spot anymore. It doesn't hook, or it does something crazy. It's sometimes the smallest things. But I think in general, pair to pair in this house isn't the best ever.
Big high lineage that we've been talking about. A lot of friction.
Yeah, it's a great house, and I'll rephrase how I said that, because the house is great. It's pristine. It's kept in really good shape. I mean, it's a senior-only house. It's funded by the seniors, right? So it's taken care of. But just there's a lot of open play here. There's a lot of league. And they usually put open players more on the high end too. So that just creates a lot of difference in topography. Wow, look at those scores.
Yeah, game 1 is
Jeez.
much different game 1 than we've seen at any other point. 237 from Chris Silva, K. Killian 235. I don't know why. Mayer or Meyer?
I thought it was Mayer.
I literally just asked him this because I'll tell you a funny story real quick about that.
Oh, yeah.
He bowled the New Mexico Open a couple of years back when I first did it.
Right.
And I kept calling him the opposite for last name pronunciation. So
Okay.
his family was watching. And so they were typing in the chat and letting me know in a nice way. They weren't me. And then this morning when he was bowling, I'm like, jeez, every year.
You're like, I don't know how to say this guy's name, man.
Every year. He tricks me every single time. Anyway, shot 234. We watched the end of that game. Robbie Patterson, 228. Kyle King, 227. Eddie Wilcox, 226. And Felipe Espriu, who was in the number for like 5 or 6 games.
Yeah, man, he was bowling well, and then just
yesterday.
backed out of it, yeah.
And he bowled yesterday actually during your squad.
He did, yeah. I was watching him. I watched him a couple shots, trying to maybe do what he was doing at one point, because he had a good ball reaction. And just, again, pair to pair. If you don't know what's coming, you shoot 150, and good luck throwing 6 doubles to make that back up.
You got anything going on? These scores are pretty low in front of us here. Very low, actually.
Yeah, even with 24 over right now, it still might not get higher than 10 over.
Think so?
I don't know how they can stay that high.
I forgot what your guess was.
I said +8 earlier. And that was for the first squad.
Oh, right. Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a little off on that. Those scores dropped pretty hard at the end. Like way more than I thought.
All right, let me get you a link to the new scores. All right, let's send this out. You guys let me know if this works.
It's close.
All right, that should get you where you need to go. And I'm going to pin that to the top, as we have throughout every block.
You think that Soper guy's related to Butch Soper?
I don't know, but that's, I mean, I don't think it's that common of a last name, but obviously if you're in bowling, then you would immediately think about that.
They both kind of got the straight right to left thing going on.
There is some similarities.
Yeah. But again, going back to what I said earlier about setting up the pair, you see him with probably by far the best ball reaction on the pair, going right to left, where it was set up by Ryan and Kando. So if I'm coming to this pair and I see him doing that, I'm thinking, all right, how do I do my version of that? And that, you know, it's almost a snowball effect for the pair.
Why is it easier? Now, that's not true, because that may not be true, but it may seem that way. Why, in some situations, can players get off to such good starts in a game one scenario, and then obviously move pairs, which that is in and of itself is going to be the challenge.
All right.
But get off to such a good start in some situations in game one, and then, you know, game two could be different. And is it not solely, but generously based on, you know, being able to get comfortable with the practice on your starting pair?
Yeah, I think that's a huge factor, actually. You're able to, 10 minutes of practice, and we had 3 on a pair, you can do a lot of damage in 10 minutes. Take a little 360 pad out, and all of a sudden 2-3 hooks a little more than it used to, you know, than it should be. So that's a big factor. And what happens sometimes, and I've gotten in this trap sometimes in my career, where you set up a pair real nice, it looks good, you're playing out, you're doing whatever, and you're comfortable. They go to the next pair, and they didn't set it up at all like that. They set it up maybe a zone differently, and then you try to play that same zone where you set it up on that first pair, and now you're back on the fresh in that part of the lane, and it's not as good as it was. And people get a little stubborn with that ball reaction. So adaptability, name of the game.
Well, Jonathan's looking pretty good here. Got a chance to get into the 220s. Look at those scores. One more time here tonight. Again, Chris Silva, 237. Kay Killian, 235. Jonathan Mayer, 234. Robbie Patterson, 228. Kyle King, 227. Eddie Wilcox, 226. Felipe Espriu, 224. We're actually going to talk to Jonathan's wife here pretty soon. Maybe actually next game or the following. She is part of Oasis Pet Grooming, which is now a new sponsor of this event. Shout out to all of the sponsors. We had John Verbal on earlier today.
Oh, one for the good guys.
Kyle King. Verbal of Tat Desert Southwest, coming up with a very nice kind of regional-like Tat event, October 6th through the 8th. The Cliff Castle Classic. And then another event in October, 19th through the 22nd, the Agent Ong Open. And Carl, who has been in the chat and watching throughout the weekend, is running an event that also will pay $10,000 to the winner.
Ooh.
Yeah. You should bowl.
I'm probably going to be bowling, yeah. I've talked to him a couple times about it. Seems like a pretty good event. And he's guaranteeing the prize fund.
Yes.
Not first place, the prize fund.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Edward, you know what? There have been a lot of spares missed today. Yeah, there's no getting around that. But we were talking about this earlier, and the fact that the frustration levels can be so high because you're trying so hard to execute and make the right moves, etc., that, you know, it's easy to lose just that small bit of focus.
Yeah, as Norm Duke once said, you can't carry it till you spare it. So you can't be figuring out that adjustment until. It's funny too, because when I'm working with the ASU guys, they throw their shot. They're like, "Oh my God, I did this. You know, what do I move? What do I do?" I'm like, let's shoot the spare first, and then we'll talk about it. But I don't think your 3-in-1 next shot's going to help if you chop this, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, maybe I should shoot the spare first. Shout out to my ASU guys, by the way. I know some of them are watching. But no, you're up there. You're thinking about the move next shot in that lane. You're staring at a 10-pin. It's so easy to just, yeah, like you said, lose that mental focus. And now the next shot, that move usually doesn't even work because you're pressed about missing the spare. 100%. You're forcing a double, and then you split and you got 30 in the third.
It's probably like a 4-frame situation that you've kind of, hopefully you've stopped it well before then, but it could blow into 4 frames, especially when you're probably taking 2 frames on each lane at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you're behind the move anyway, and then it's the whole mess. And that's where the 140s happen. Yeah, see, his ball tips from there because of all that surface.
Okay, so I'm fully on board with the Butch Soper relation.
There we go.
Because the way he just kind of sidestepped that out a little bit was
very
Butch-like.
Yeah.
We got to figure it out.
I'm going to look it up. I'll do some research.
Edward, I love that you said don't get mad at me. It's okay to say that. It's, you know, hey, it's all right.
Yeah, okay, he is related.
You got it.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming so. I went here. Yeah.
Well,
there he is.
We don't know because it's still unconfirmed, but we believe.
Yeah, it's very likely.
It's very likely.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Lake Havasu. Lake Havasu. Confirmed.
How about that? That's his son, according to Chris Ingram.
Oh, okay, look at that.
How about that? Well, Hunter just shot 224 and near a 6.8 make.
Yeah, don't give a Soper the right to left shot. Now it's it's game on.
Wow. No, man, when you said that, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's not a common last name, at least in the bowling world.
Right.
But that first or second shot,
He saw him
when he sidestepped to the right, I'm like, that's kind of
Yep.
switch Soperish right there. Thank you, Chris, for that.
Yeah, that helps us.
Hello, Sally. Pocatello in the building. Pocatello, Idaho. I probably won't ever forget that now, Sally.
A perfect example of pair-to-pair. John Mayer shot, what, 240 or 230 the first game, something like that? Or he had a big game?
Yep.
And he
Just shot 170.
Yeah, 170.
In fact, I mean, that entire group on 9 and 10 and 11 and 12, all of the good scores, the scores we just read off from game one, the majority of those scores came from 9 through 12.
Yeah.
And now that same group of lanes, the highest score over there was 203 between those two pairs.
Yeah, so there's no way they played the fresh. Those two pairs originally played the fresh like the other guys in these pairs coming in and played them. And they got themselves a little, especially on a pattern this hard. If you're, I mean, we're talking stuff that gives you a board or two more miss from at the most. I mean, we're talking pretty precise here, but that makes a huge difference. And Eddie, he shot 230 and 220 and 160. Is he a 60-pin worst bowler this game? No. But that's how the pair goes.
It's still through a lot of, good-looking, decent type shots.
I'll take the over on Eddie next game, though. He's going left, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So he's playing right where that surface in the track is, and where now he played, and now it's really beat up in the track.
How much do you get a chance to bowl? Or I guess what's on your bowling calendar? Like, what's a typical bowling calendar for you, including PBA Tour related items?
Well, I got my calendar for the month pulled up here.
Sheesh, that's already.
Yeah, this is the whole summer.
It's already packed.
Yeah. There's a couple tournaments I'm actually unsure coming up here. I don't know. There's a regional in San Antonio. I don't know if I'm going to bowl that. That's pretty far. I'll see if there's something local or California. Usually it's, in terms of priority, it's like the big tournaments and then regionals and then local stuff. There's actually a lot of stuff in California going on right now. But there's like a tournament every weekend that you can do pretty well at. A lot of brackets. And then here, there's usually a tournament once a month in Arizona that's pretty nice to bowl. Then I got nationals coming up, New Mexico Open in August. Looks like there's another CBE in late July. A couple regionals in August. We got a nice little schedule coming up.
Are you bowling the Lucy?
I'm actually currently waitlisted for the Lucy. I didn't realize how fast that filled up, so we will see. Hopefully I'm there.
Yeah, absolutely, Eric. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to do. GT2 loves Theo, but he is mean.
Didn't Greg make the cut?
He did.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I mean, I can get on board with what he's saying. Obviously, he's being funny. And because Greg is such a nice gentleman, that he just doesn't want to see miserable looking faces. Wants to see people smiling. But this is not the weekend for that.
It's funny because if you put out the house shot, it'd be more fried.
But somebody, again, I was telling Miss JC there I met earlier or yesterday, who works here. She said, yeah, they'll probably be tough. I'm like, yeah, they're gonna be hard. There's gonna be some rough faces and some, sadness going on. But there's gonna be one person at minimum that's gonna be happy, and that's the winner. So just win.
Yeah, usually the winner's pretty okay. I'm sure even second in this would be okay. It's gonna be like 5,000 or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Al Davis, come on, Al, just win.
Yeah, just win, baby. All I gotta do is win 5 times tomorrow. Some guys even 3.
Oh, that's easy.
3 matches for 10K. Take that.
That's less than the, I'm just talking about because of the format, 3-game total pinfall, which is obviously similar or the same in that regard to the Masters.
Right.
And the Queens. But way more matches to get to that part. Although, if you're the #1 seed, I feel like it's 5. It's 5 or 6.
For the Masters?
If you get to the #1 seed match, I think it's 5 or 6.
I think it's 6. 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2. So 6, yeah.
So that, just think of it like that.
Yeah.
Especially for you, since you're bowling all of them.
Yeah.
So that's your mission tomorrow.
Well, I did that. I took that route the year I made the show in New Mexico. I lost my very first match and then got to the 4 seed through the entire elimination bracket. Now, granted, those are 1-game matches, and it was a little easier, but it's a little stressful. Much easier when you just cruise your way onto the show, you know what I mean? So this will be interesting to see here. So Kyle's probably going to play to the right, and he's going to play just a little bit right of where everybody's been playing it so far. So we'll see how that goes, because it's probably pretty fresh on like 2-3.
Corey Pointer, Kyle King, Sonny Wilcox IV, of course. Kyle Michalowski here on 5 and 6. For Silva.
Yeah, he's like right on 1. Wow, looks pretty good.
I don't know if you got a chance to catch Eric Hatchett.
Yeah, I thought he had the best idea on the fresh.
Man, it was great.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to play it. If there is a correct way to play, I'm not even sure if it is correct, but that's probably the closest. You definitely, no matter what you're doing on the fresh, you need a lot of surface, though.
Why is surface so important on this pattern specifically? And then the second question is, or follow-up, why is it important in general, right, for those who maybe don't use surface a lot?
Okay.
Or, you know, they know the pads exist, but they don't really understand what they're seeing when they see someone hitting that ball with the pad.
Right, that's a really good question. So the first question I think is easier to answer. On this pattern, you want to match up, generally a good rule of thumb is match up your surface to the volume being used, combined with other factors like lane surface, type of oil, which are kind of smaller factors. So you see on the top of this pattern graph here, 35 mils. If you look at any PBA Tour pattern we use, the highest you'll see is 32 mils, which isn't a big difference, but it is. Because if you cut that in half and made it, let's say, 17 mils,
right,
the whole field's throwing urethane and or the back end of the bag balls because they hook so early. So in theory, if this was like a 20 mil pattern, you'd see a lot of polished balls because they need to get through the fronts because the fronts are going to be hooking. If you go to the other extreme, we put out 35 mils, there's just a gob of oil. We need to get the ball started at some point. When I say started, I mean it needs to start hooking at some point. Because it's not going to hook at the back end of this pattern. They're too slick. So that's why you'd use surface on this. Now, surface in general controls break point, and it controls the distance of that break point. So if I have, let's say, a ball with 180 grit on it, it's immediately going to hook off my hand. Right? I usually use extremes to explain these things. Now, if I took a ball and hit it with car wax, right, I can shave in it, it's so shiny, that thing's going as far down lane as possible before the friction catches it and gets it going left. And so we know the ideal ball motion is somewhere in between that. The question is how much in between? Is it a 360 or is it like 4,000? These are the questions. Yeah, huge difference. And so those are the questions we need to ask ourselves as bowlers when we're competing, whether it's league, whether it's tournament, whatever. Is my surface creating the ideal ball motion, or is it actually hindering me? Because if you give somebody a shiny ball right now, it's going to hinder them. 180 ball might not so much, so we know it's closer to dull. If that helps.
It does.
Okay.
Hey man, you're living it right now. You and other players in this field, obviously, live the life of a high-level player, and there are those who want to get there. And so sometimes I've learned in my experience from this side of it, there's always at least one viewer who maybe they don't want to ask that question in the chat because they don't want to feel like it's not a good question.
Yeah, it's the hand in class syndrome.
Correct.
You don't want to be that guy. That's fair.
But I've learned that because people will message me the same question.
Right.
So I know that probably someone's like, I always thought about or wanted to know that. And my goal is to help bring that out when I've got someone who, can break it down to that extent.
Fair enough. Yeah, so I think, and it's funny too, watching a lot of bowlers out here, and I want to tell them something so bad, hey, I think, you're so close, but you can't do that. Kind of just let people make the mistakes, if you will, and they learn from that, hopefully, and, get better from that. No scores?
Not yet, but there's Virginia Young out there.
Oh, yeah. That's probably why we don't have scores.
She is gathering, I think, the last ones between her and Theo.
I'm like the same height when I stand up on this chair versus sit down. Can't see over any of this.
I won't call it a slow start to game 3, but, not as much excitement except for Kyle King, who is sending messengers to knock down 9 pins.
Yeah, so if you see that one, it didn't quite get to the gutter, and it was actually going a little bit more right to left, and it hit that spot, and it still didn't overhook for him. So that's a really good sign.
What a shot there. I feel like that was exactly what you were just talking about, based on how this pair started.
Yeah.
With Eddie's shot specifically.
Yeah, he's just left of where all the guys use the dole stuff, and he's got some rev rate. It's enough to make it pick up to the right. Like I said, I'll take the over. I think he's going to bowl a good game. And you see Kyle doing the same kind of thing there. Might not be the right ball, but he's in the right zone.
See if Chris Silva can continue his good start. I don't know what he shot in game 2, but he was watching earlier today. Said he would be back at it, and here he is.
You have the 9-pin shot? Oh, that guy's. Oh, yeah. Like 0 flare.
0 grip.
Yeah. They're a little slick, aren't they? Yeah, Kyle talking about how a couple bowling balls look like they're not quite grabbing. It's just 60 feet of slide, which we've seen that.
Oh, that looked like a washout conversion upcoming there for Corey.
How did it not hook going right to left,
That's
but left
crazy.
to right it hooked? Just a little to the right, just a little firm too.
And that's the break or the non-break.
Yeah, right. That sucks. To hit the head pin, go light, and leave a 5-7.
But I saw a couple people do that today.
Oh yeah.
In a very similar situation, just a touch light, right, and then, instead of leaving the cluster, which you actually might prefer in that scenario.
Yeah, I'll take the 2-4-5 or 2-5-7 there. Oh my God. One thing I noticed though, this is actually an interesting hit that I've seen a few times now. Also, nice, he chopped the 6-9 going left to right there. When you left a 3-6-10, you had the scout coming over to do some work. It only took out the 6-pin every time. It never took out the 3 or the 10. It always just went right between and hit the 6 with the base of the pin. It was the weirdest thing.
I saw Wesley Lowe leave a 2-4-7, I think it was. And in a very similar situation, there was a pin that came over, but it went right in between the 2 and the 4, and it hit nothing.
I think I did see that actually. Yeah, that was nuts.
Just joined us. This is game 3. The squad here, final squad, CBE 10K Cactus Classic. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Matt Zweig has joined me in the booth. Couple games before I know he will be retiring, essentially for the evening. We got plenty of games left.
Oh yeah.
We got a Desperado squad right after this, and we'll be right back at it in the morning. Players
Yeah, I'll be
like
watching. I'll be watching the Desperado from my bed. That will be that'll be entertaining. It's crazy. This is game 3 of the tournament, and I still see more people going right to left than I've ever seen. We have 4 to a pair. There's still that much oil in the lane.
That's a good one there from Jonathan.
If this were like a 37, 38-foot pattern, normal volume, we'd probably just be getting out of urethane and hooking it with resin net. Probably about, yeah, 3 games in. And these guys are probably still in their fresh numbers, if not even standing further right. That's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, so even Kyle's saying he's got negative launch angle right now. He's going right to left at him, and his rev rate's, it's not low. It's not low.
I'm very, very interested in, and obviously we'll get there. That's the patience. Speaking of Eric Hatchett, he's re-entered too. He's on 1 and 2 right now.
He's putting in work.
I'm just so curious what a match play, what matches will look like on this, especially on the fresh.
I think it's going to be a lot of urethane. I really do. It's the weirdest phenomenon that every Sunday match play and everything ever, just the urethane is in play. Especially tomorrow, if you're able to set up, like I mentioned before, you can set up a pair the way you want to. You can probably stay in urethane all 3 games if you have it set up right. You got enough fresh surfaces in the bag. You might see some of the locals that have 4 or 5 urethanes do the Jesper trick and just go to a fresh surface every 6 frames.
GT2 asked how much do you think the ball matters? Because he felt like having the right surface was the most important, which is kind of what we were just talking about.
On this, the ball matters less than normal, just because you're not hooking at as many boards. The more friction is introduced, the more the ball's tendencies show themselves. But when we're going this straight, the surface just gets it going online in the right area, and you're not really seeing much difference ball to ball at that surface. It is a really good question, though. And it will matter if you're throwing a high road pearl versus a gem. Those are going to be 2 pretty different bowling balls, even at 500 or whatever. But because we're going pretty straight, if you can only cover 10 boards throughout the whole lane, you know, how much different are 2 balls really going to be? At that point, it's just breakpoint distance.
Appreciate that, GT2.
Yeah, it's a really good question.
What'd you see out there, GT? Outside of looking surface, what balls did you end up using? I forgot which one you told me yesterday.
He was seeing the crack of the gutter all day.
Well, that I know. I watched him just mow down pins for the majority of the block. And then I watched him get left for maybe a game or so, and then he got back right, the ball that he felt that comfortable that he can keep in front of him.
Yeah, GT's pretty good at going dead straight like that. He's very good at that. Oh, and then add the last element, too, of you get to the pocket, and now we got to figure out a way to get 10. So now we finally have done all of the above to get ourselves in the pocket. And you got 5 9 counts in a row.
This sounds like a very brutal test
It is. It's very U.S. Open-like,
You know,
and that's why, I mean, this pattern spawned from the U.S. Open pattern. That's what it originally was based off of. So you know it's going to be hard. We got scores too, by the way.
Oh, let's do it. All right, score update for you in the chat.
Big shift.
Chris Silva, plus 40, still up there. Felipe at Ryu, plus 23. K. Killian, third at plus 19, is a tie for fourth. Ryan Bledsoe at plus 15. He was in the chat throughout the weekend so far. Jonathan Soper, plus 15 as well. They get tied for fourth. D-Ron Booker, who shot 243 in game 8 in the previous squad, to just miss the number. He's currently sixth at plus 13. There's our guy Jonathan again in seventh. Didn't fall out of that top 7 despite the 170. He's plus 4. There's Eric Hatchett, who we just talked about. He's coming off a 232 game at plus 3. Russ Oviatt, 9th at minus 1. And three-way tie for 10th at minus 3 with Kyle King, Matt Herbert, and Mark Learned. Christine Johnson and Eddie Wilcox are tied for 13th at minus 9. Ed Smaglick, minus 12. Robbie Patterson, minus 13. And a lot of other very, very close numbers, of course, through 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd say 80% of the field is still alive. 80% of the field's within 50 of the number. So it's there for the taking. The cut's not going anywhere.
So when you're in competition, are you a score watcher? Like,
Yes.
okay. So
Very much
so
so.
you have an eye on the cut basically
Yeah,
all the time.
I could probably tell you the running cut total at like any given point. It's not good. It's too much score watching, and I've been told I shouldn't be doing it. I know I shouldn't be doing it, but here I am needing to know. It is not a good trait. But I do think there is some validity in understanding where you are. And there's some theories that I won't necessarily spill all the secrets, but there's some theories that revolve around knowing the first 2 games, kind of where you're at, that I apply, that I think kind of helps. Yeah, there we go. That's a good shot. Where's I going with that? Yeah, I think it's effective to know kind of what you're looking for, because at some point halfway through a tournament, if you're close and you got to make a decision, say, well, am I going to go for it or am I going to grind? Well, it helps if you know what everyone else is doing before you make that decision. But the first 2 games, you have no idea. Like here, you know, the first cut after this was plus 20. Now we're at plus 4. So now we have an idea, okay, it's going to be just like every other squad. It's not going to take off and be 100 over. So then you can make a decision, all right, if I'm minus 12, let's say I'm Ed Smaglick, for example, just seeing a random score here. If I'm minus 12, I am not panicked at all right now. But if cut was 40 over for 2, it's a little different story.
So sometimes earlier in the block, you may be more prone to take a quote-unquote risk based on maybe how this cut might trend.
Early in a block, I'm going to play it safe.
Okay.
I'm going to find the strategy with the least amount of variance that I know is going to be moderately successful, and maybe I whack them. But the goal is to not fall out, because then when you have to chase, all your options are off the table besides chase. But if you're at least close to the number, like I said, like a minus 12 score right now, or minus 9, well, you got a little leeway to work with. And you have more options on the table at that point.
Hi, Jordan. This event is taking place, folks, in Sun City, Arizona.
The retirement capital of Arizona.
It's about 30 minutes, I think, or so from the airport-ish.
You can take a trip around the 101. You'll make it there.
Nice spot. Surprise is just down the way. Peoria is just down the way. Me speaking like I live here.
No, you got it right. We're on the northwest side of Phoenix.
I know they're nearby.
Again, beautiful centers. All three of the Sun City centers are beautiful. Great shot from Kyle. They're getting a double. Nice shot. It does. In the front. In the front, it's already pushing it offline. I know. At least have some hold there, though.
That's the thing, is like, I know I can be as slow as I want to.
Oh, yeah. I don't think anybody today just threw it slow and went high. Alrighty, what do we got here? So Kyle's really the only one that has a good ball reaction on this pair. I think Eddie's close, but I don't think it's the right ball. And Kyle's close. We got some scores on this other pair.
Maxwell going to be in the 190s with good count here on 7. Even no break on the 6 there for Eddie. By the way, Greg said he was using an Envy at 500 and Obsession Tour at 500. Appreciate that insight. If the ball didn't slow down in the first 20 to 30 feet, it had no chance. Got that
Yeah,
right.
pull the pattern up real quick, actually. I want to show the viewers why that is. He makes a really good point there. Thank you.
Yep. Wait till Eddie finishes his frame.
Yeah, so if you look, yeah, Greg's spot on. So if you look real close at the front 15 of the pattern there, that block from 15 to 25, that's a big old speed bump right there. So what happens is if your ball's skidding through that first 15 feet, you expect it to normally shape up around that part in most patterns. This ball will actually start hooking there, but he put more oil there. So if it misses the fronts early and misses that early break point, yeah, there we go. If it misses that early break point, it misses it in the middle, and now you got a ball at full speed. It hasn't slowed down at all, still going right on 42 feet, 35 mils. That's a bad sign. So if you see that little 1, 2, 3, that eventually drifts over to 6, 7, 8 based on where everyone's playing, and then you can kind of use that friction to kind of guide that in. But that block down lane, you don't feel that hold until later in the day, because we need that friction in the fronts to get it to even start reading before that. Hope that makes sense to viewers. I know there's a lot of jargon.
Bowling is jargon.
It is. It's all jargon. And it's funny, too. I know you talked about our coaching thing. I don't want to plug anything necessarily, but I've been working with a lot of new people recently in coaching, and they...
Yeah, and you got a new venture.
We do. We do. And they tell me all these terms, and it's terms you hear on TV. You hear Randy Peterson say it, and then you get to the root of it, and some people generally don't know what some of these terms mean.
Right.
They just hear it a lot, and so they say it because it's, it's close, right? It's what they think they need to say. And then when you break it down, what's actually happening, it's like, oh, yeah, that makes actual sense instead of just saying the word, right? And I don't mean that as an insult to anyone, right? We all got to learn these things, but you just hear these terms repeated, and sometimes you just don't know what they mean.
Scooby, that's it's a good question. And I'll be honest with you. I don't know enough, especially on tour because I'm never out there, to have the best possible even thought process on it. Aside from, I think they've identified something and are trying to a degree, fix it. And fixing it might not even be the right term.
Right. So I have some opinions on it.
But Matt obviously bowls on tour.
So I have opinions I can share and opinions I can't share.
Yeah, I would. Yes, I would just tell you to just be careful
with discretion, right? No, okay. So the major problem with the urethane balls on tour was that they didn't understand why certain ones got softer and when they got softer. And it's proven that a softer bowling ball rolls better than a ball that's not as soft. That's just a fact. They've done studies on it. They create more entry angle. They just hit harder, right? And there's studies on it. You can go on USBC's site. They posted all this stuff. So the ban is, in my opinion, a Band-Aid on ultimately fixing that problem. It's tough because in the middle of the tour, let's say, you can't make any changes. And so if you know, okay, well, bowling balls are getting softer, you can't do – it's really hard to do it in the middle of the season.
And there was already one urethane like you couldn't throw certain pieces if they were created prior to a certain date.
Yes,
if I recall correctly.
Because they don't know if over time they get even softer over that couple-year period. We found out bowling balls get softer in a couple shots. It just takes a little bit of friction, and friction as little as the belt from the ball return can generate enough friction on the track to make it like a point softer or something like that. It's ridiculous. Depending on what machine you have in the back impacts the friction. So ultimately the question, what do I think about the ban? Also, Russ Ovie with a nice 240 on 1 and 2. I think it's the best answer they had to a problem they don't know enough about yet. I think they did a lot of good things this year with testing, and they posted those test results. They were very transparent about what balls they even were. Mm-hmm. They said this ball is a purple hammer, this ball is a pitch black, this was a tank, right? All the urethane balls. I'm assuming he also is referring to the hardness thing that they just announced.
Right.
I'm assuming that's
I'm assuming
kind of
yes, to your degree.
That's probably part of it because that's kind of old news, right? And that's kind of that too. They found, I think, what was it, 77 or 78? They got to be now. Or 76.
That I know. 78.
78, right? And resin was 73 or 74, something like that. They want every bowling ball thrown at every point to be within spec. So if they know that they can't be 72 or lower, and they know that at absolute most, if you, let's say you took, let's just say a purple hammer, for example, or pitch black, any urethane ball, and you threw it every shot for 8 games in a block, and that ball was nice and hot. You're middle of Kansas in the summer, wherever you are. it's hot, right? Whatever. The AC broke. Any of these factors, the ball will never get lower than 72. And at worst, 73, whatever. And same thing with the resins. They get about a point or two softer as well with use, but not as much as these urethanes. It's kind of air quote urethanes. They're not, I have a blue angle and a pitch black, and those don't roll anything the same. You know what I mean? And that's okay. Now, my personal opinion is I'd love to see hardness tests on old 80s urethanes with use. I genuinely don't know what that would look like. I don't know. I wish we could use the old urethanes on tour. That'd be kind of fun.
When you say old, are you talking about
pre-1990?
That decade? Okay.
Yeah. Pre-1990 urethanes. Be whipping out that blue angle again.
You still got some in your basement?
Oh, I keep one in the trunk of my car at all times. You never know when it's a blue angle kind of day.
That's great. I appreciate that, Scooby, and thanks to Matt for answering. He knows way more about it, obviously, because he's in it. I just recently, I saw the most recent announcement and saw the number change specifically to, PBA-related entities or the PBA National Tour and surrounding regional, I think PBA Junior, and maybe 1 or 2 additional items on the PBA, respectively.
Yeah. Scooby actually has a good question at the end there. Is this the end of urethane? I think that's kind of what's in the back of everyone's head when they see stuff like this come out. And it's a good question. We don't know that yet. I and Coach Jordan, we've talked about this actually, kind of what's up ahead in the next couple years in the metagame. Because every 5-6 years, the metagame changes in bowling. And we're pretty aware of what it's been the last 6 years, right? I don't think it's the end of urethane. I still think it has a use. Even at 78, it's definitely not going to hook as much, and it's going to be thrown a lot less. But the idea that a bowling ball has higher friction values in oil, which urethane does, that's useful. It blends out the really steep front to backs, and we will see that on tour with some of the Hoagland patterns. I'm sure that'll happen, especially if we start seeing 35 mils a lot. But you'll see a lot more resin that's close to urethane, like 2-inch pins and 7-inch pins, or probably 6-inch pins, just as substitutes when they're shaping urethane.
Why does pin length matter in that regard?
Because you don't. That's a great question. You don't want a ball that flares too much, that gets offline too quick for when you're trying to throw urethane. So, like, let's say I'm trying to play right of 15 with my feet with, a urethane-like ball. If I have a ball that's flaring the whole ball, it's trying to go left the second I let go of it. Well, I don't want that. I want a ball that stays on line and slowly arcs. So you'll see a lot of low flare layouts. Whether they be shorter pins or much longer pins, it's kind of like an arc in terms of flare. You can go either way to cut down flare. Anywhere, as long as you go further from 3 3/4 inches pin distance, that's where you get less flare. Yeah, thanks, Scooby. Good questions.
Amar Bryant now joining us on Corey Pointer moves from left to right. Kyle King moves from left to right as well. Well, I got to get the pronunciation for Keith.
Yeah, so you see John's ball try to hook there on 5, but I think we're now at the point where there's enough friction there that he can actually throw a little weaker ball, a little cleaner, a little more responsive down lane. I think he'll have a better ball reaction from that part of the lane. That's really steep.
That's a interesting way to get a few pins to count.
Yeah, right. Try to get the wood.
The iPad from Theo has been in use already this game, grabbing scores from the previous game, so we should have our next update pretty soon. Chris Silva. I got to look at actually Chris's score sheet here in front of me. 237, 203, 209.
Wow. Good start. Really good start.
So he might still be in the lead. Jonathan, 234, 170, 179.
Missing the headband on this is just like the best thing ever.
Sure it is. Russ said he loves missing the head pins. A little tongue-in-cheek there. Coming off a good game, though. 240 on that end pair is pretty nice. Looks like moved a little right.
Matt, in frame 5, I will welcome in one of the sponsors.
Oh, yeah. Get them in here, of course. Who am I?
So But in these next couple of frames, I would like to know what you anticipate, because you probably won't be here to watch the rest of this block.
Yeah.
What you anticipate happening based on what you've seen through the first 3 here tonight.
I think it's actually gonna be a lot like last block. I think scores. Oh, look at that! Russell's just giving me money. Beautiful. You got it, man. Thanks.
It's an honest guy right there.
Yeah, he is. I was just getting him a due, and I guess I get a refund on my due. Like, what is this? Like 70% refund. No shilling. No, okay. So to answer your question, I think scores are going to go up at the end again. I think everybody's playing the same part of the lane now, for the most part. There's people like Karine, you saw, she was trying to fall it back. Kyle's playing like right on the crack on 1-2, but most people are playing around 8, 9, 10. And I think the skilled players that you'll inevitably see in the cut are going to respond to that friction with a little quicker bowling ball just left of it, and they'll enjoy having a little bit of friction to the right for once. So what are we, 4 over right now? And we'll know in a second here.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's see if we'll get the score update prior to.
Yeah, do we have? I doubt it. He's still running around, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't sat down yet.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, we're at 4 over right now. Looking at who's in, I mean, yeah, 10 over at the highest. All the way down to 10 under at the lowest if they get kind of gnarly. But I mean, that, you know, it's kind of safe guess. That's been every cut so far. But
right.
It's not like these guys are going to make it 50 over. They're just too hard for that. What do you think?
I would think that they would be. Well, I thought the last squad was going to be like -30.
Okay.
And it would have been that, minus the last 2 games. However it happened, people were able to develop something and sustain it for 2 games at least. Now, Brianna Cote was able to do it for 4 in a row. That didn't happen for everyone else, but 2 was very doable for a lot of players. So it went from, you know, it was, I think going into game 8, it was what, what was it? Because Brett Wolf was like -5, and he was
I think
like
it was like
6
4
or
or
7.
something like that. Yeah, low, a single digit minus.
And then it gets to +2. So I can't, you know, now game 1 threw me off briefly because I had no idea what to expect game 1 just because of the different variables.
Right.
But it's still playing, and it looks more like every other squad we've seen to this point.
Yeah, I mean, the game plan hasn't changed. Nobody drilled a bowling ball. That, you know, it's not like there was a magic bowling ball anyway, but no one drilled a bowling ball. I don't think the re-entries have that much more of an advantage. And you look at the standings, it's pretty balanced. Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of the same, man. A lot of grinding, and hopefully your scorecard says plus, because then you're probably bowling tomorrow. Now, one thing too interesting before I go, and you'll see this with the bowlers that come to this pair next. If you watch Silva, he's the first guy to try throwing a shiny ball where everybody else has played. And I think he has the best ball reaction on the pair because of that.
Why? Like, why?
Because the second you start getting left to right and you're trying to, we got a little bit of friction built up, right? We're now moving left of it. But we need a ball to still make it around the corner down lane. Well, these big balls, they just bog down. When I say that, I mean they hook too early and either miss it long, miss it early, and that's not even including your left-right misses. It becomes more inconsistent using surface as you start getting around it, especially on this pattern. And people are scared with the polish because they see 35 mils and panic. Well, at some point in the day, there's a lot of friction in some spot. We need something to counteract that, get around it, and store a little bit more energy through it. Because we're going around just a little more. So I think the people that throw some shinier balls, don't have to be car wax, but shinier balls in the track, and that ball's got a pretty high diff, it's still going to flare. That's going to look really nice for the next couple games on this pair.
Interesting stuff, man.
We'll see. But it looks like the 5th frame, so I think you got to kick me out.
Yeah, dude. If you're still around, which I don't
know if I will be. I might be getting to bed
it's 8 o'clock.
earlier than not. I'm gonna enjoy my sleep.
I do appreciate you for hanging out for a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
The viewers had a
Yeah,
chance to hear some stuff from
Hope
you.
the
They
viewers
were-
could learn a little bit.
Yeah, I
and
think they did.
entertained as well. But it was a pleasure.
Appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you,
I'll
bud.
see you in the morning.
Of course. See you then.
That's Matt Zweig, folks. He will be bowling at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Match play. It is sponsor time, folks, the back half of this game. And we're going to make her feel as comfortable as possible. And she's got the love of her life in front of her as well. So we welcome in Jen Mayer.
Yes.
Coco Jen 27 in the chat today. She actually was watching earlier. First of all, thank you for your support of the tournament. How are you?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You are part of Oasis Pet Grooming, who's now a sponsor of this year's event. Is this a full ownership? Like, talk to me about the business and how you fit into it.
Well, Oasis Pet Grooming is what I like to call a one-woman show.
Okay.
I am the owner. I am the sole employee. I'm the janitor. So I do it all.
On purpose?
On purpose right now. I do have some big plans coming on later this year. It's been really good. I've only been in business for going on 2 years. And this year I actually was one of the finalists for Best of the Valley here in Phoenix. And that was pretty amazing considering that it's just me, myself, and I. So, and I'm lucky enough to be able to sponsor events like this. I've done the Bowl for the Cure too. So I usually bring my dog out to those events. He's his official title is Public Relations Poodle.
Nice.
He's a very big people person, and he aims to please. He also learned how to bowl. Fun fact.
Really?
He did, yeah. He does it with the little ramp, and he did it on command. There's a video of him doing it on one of these events, and he did pretty well. I think John needs to give him a little bit of coaching lessons. But
Are you guys familiar with the bowling doodles?
no, I haven't heard of that.
So Caitlin Simpson, who used to bowl on tour and still does occasionally, her family lives in Idaho, I believe that's where they're from. Anyway, they have two doodles, two dogs.
Yep.
Blake and I forget the other one's name. But they too know how to bowl on the ramp. They've got like autograph cards. They're sponsored by Storm, like the whole nine.
Dang, how do I contact
So there is an
Storm?
opportunity for you.
I need to reach out to
that
Storm
regard, just letting you know.
to get Quill up to date on getting some sponsorship work in. I mean, I've got a whole pack of them. I think I could figure out somebody could get a sponsorship, I'm sure.
What made you want to get involved in supporting bowling events such as this one?
Well, I mean, I've been bowling for a long time. I'm not really great at it, so I mean, don't ask me any questions. But John and I usually bowl together, and these events are really fun. It's really nice to come out here and talk to everybody and see everybody. It's a really close community, and I do groom a lot of bowlers' dogs, so that's also cool too. So it's an opportunity for me to come out and, you know, hang out with all these really, really great people and, you know, sponsor a really great event as well.
Are you guys from this specific area, or how close are you?
We actually just moved to like South Phoenix recently,
Okay.
so I mean Sun City's kind of a drive, but I do groom quite a few dogs that come from out here. My salon is currently located in Paradise Valley, so it's a little bit, probably about 25-30 minutes, kind of like everything is here in Phoenix. Everything's 30 minutes away from each other. But I do have quite a few clients that drive out from all over to come and see me. So
I thought it was just me who said, you know, maybe everything is 20 to 30 minutes away, but because the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas is very much like that too. It takes 20 to 30 minutes, maybe 40 to get to a certain place. So I'm glad you confirmed my potential suspicion.
yeah, I'm
about
not
that.
from here, so it's just the weirdest thing that anytime you look something up in this area and you're trying to go somewhere, it's 30 minutes away, like never fails.
Where are you originally from?
I'm originally from San Diego.
Okay.
Arizona
Where's
people are
John
going to
from?
come from me. John and I
Yeah,
are.
don't lose business.
Yeah, I know. We need to not talk about this. John and I are both originally from San Diego.
Okay. An Oasis Pet. I love the logo.
Thank you.
Speaking of that, let's throw it on the screen for
Yeah.
those that may not know.
That's actually my oldest poodle, Quill. They have an Instagram handle. I actually just made the whole group an Instagram. They're Poodles of the Galaxy because I have Quill and Groot and Rocket now. So I have a whole little team there. But yeah, that's my oldest poodle. The pretty much, which really helped me, like, confirm my passion for grooming was getting Quill. And so I thought it would be appropriate for him to be the logo.
All right, I'm going to show this entire sponsored page here. And Oasis Pet Grooming, if you're looking at the first row down, they are second. You can obviously see, is that Quill right there?
Yeah, that's him.
That's him. Okay.
Him and his little goatee. My dog has a goatee.
So there you go. Along with, you see True Amateur Tournaments, Desert Southwest. We had John Verbal on earlier, West USA Realty, H. Buick, 10-Back Bowling Solutions, Ramsey, David's Desert Chapel, MCC, and Brunswick. And I think someone from David's Desert, David actually might have been here today or watching a little bit as well. And of course, EFX and Chuck's Painting for all that they do here.
Shout out to Chuck's Painting. He just did my garage. It looks amazing.
Well, there you go. So real life experience, word of mouth. In the booth here with Jen Mayer of Oasis Pet Grooming. Chris Silva, who has been in the lead since game one and looks to retain that lead. One more in the 10th, perhaps that'll put him in the 220s. All right, so you bowl a lot.
Correction, I don't bowl a lot. I do bowl. I average about like 140, but I'm way out of practice. I've been focusing on work.
On business, that's right.
On business, yeah. I've taken a break right now just because I want to focus on the next step, and which is a little bit of an expansion. And you guys are actually the first ones to hear about it because it's just now confirmed that that's going to be happening. So it's going to be a good time.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that.
Thanks.
Where, and we got a few more frames, but where can folks who are local want to, and they say, okay, I want to support the sponsor, which you should support the sponsors of this event, like Oasis Pet Grooming. Where does one go? How do they contact you?
So there's a couple different ways to contact me. The best way is going to be through my website, which is www.oasispetgroom.com. I do online booking. I also have a number you can text or call on the website, so all the information is there. You can also find me on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok. Go and look at my TikToks. They're pretty embarrassing. And all of it is pretty much at Oasis Pet Grooming. So, yeah, I have a lot of my clients that find me on TikTok, and they'll just come up to me and say, yeah, I saw your videos, I made an appointment. And I say, thank you for that. I'm glad it was a good time.
This is, it's always cool to me, no matter what I'm doing or where. And sometimes there are, at professional events, right, sometimes there aren't title sponsors, and sometimes there are. And you do talk to individuals from, said organization, business, company, brand, so forth and so on. And well, in this scenario, I've already talked to a few who are supporting this entity, this tournament, and hearing about the journey and what you're doing now. Expansion is next for you.
I mean, that's super exciting for me because, I mean, I started this in 2021 and I thought it wasn't going to be, you know, it was rough there for a little bit. And, but it's been really nice. All of my clients are super great people and I've gotten a really good reception. And so, you know, being able to do stuff like this, I never thought I'd be able to do, you know, any kind of big sponsorships or marketing, but I'm glad that I can and that I'm in the space where I can. And, you know, expansion wasn't even in my mind either. And so here we are now and it's going to be happening. So really fortunate, really grateful that I can come out here and do this kind of stuff as well.
How can we ensure that our guy John here, who started off tonight very well, he also bowled well earlier and just missed out in a roll-off. How do we get him to this cut here?
I saw that earlier today while I had it on the background, while I was working, and that was a kind of a tough time. We're super, super close. I actually think that sometimes it's a little distracting for me to be here, and I feel like sometimes I usually just ask him, I'm like, are you sure you want me to be here and you want me to come watch you bowl? But I think it's just mostly just, you know, focus and, you know, he needs to make the corrections that he needs to make and not overthink it. It's all in his head for the most part. And I feel like that happens with a lot of people. It's a pressure situation, so.
I told Matt, who was just on here, about we were looking at the scores, and after again confirming before we started about the correct pronunciation of Mayer, as soon as I went to go read his name in the standings, I paused and was like, I just asked him every time, like, the easiest name in the world has become the most hardest name in the world because it's in my head now.
Honestly, though, I kind of enjoy it now because it's kind of a long-running joke.
And it is.
Because the whole family and friends and, you know, the John Mayer fan club is out here in force going, it's Mayer.
And I think it's because there's a real musician named John Mayer.
Yeah.
And so it's an easy thing to be like, wait, is that the right one?
Try making a reservation at a restaurant with his first and last name.
Well, you guys should be eating this up. Like, you should take full advantage of having someone named John Mayer very close to you.
It's
obviously.
a good time. If anytime I tell anybody that, and they kind of you see the moment where the light bulb goes on and it registers, and they're like, "Wait, like the singer?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm married to the singer. I wish, but you know, John's great too."
Mandy Eacham says, we love Oasis Pet Grooming and Bowl for the Cure, Arizona. Quill has made celebrity appearances at our event. Well, thanks, Mandy.
Yeah, see? Quill has a fan club, too. Hi, Mandy.
Before this game's over and we'll let you go, how did you get involved? Like, what made you want to, I guess, determine that you had a passion or skill for this and then turn it into a business? How did that happen?
So I've loved animals forever, and I originally wanted to be a veterinarian. And I think it was just kind of more, you know, making sure animals feel their best is kind of the base of that whole wanting to be a vet, wanting to work with animals thing. And funny thing is my mom is actually a hairstylist for people. And so I spent a lot of time in a salon growing up, and it ended up being that I was working at a vet and the groomer called out sick, and they're like, hey, do you think you can figure this out? And I was like, I think I got it. And that was just like happenstance. And then I kind of thought, oh, I could do this. And I got a little bit of training, learned from somebody that had been grooming for over 25 years. And, you know, next thing I knew, I was applying for grooming jobs, getting some official training, and here I am 13 years later. So it's a good time. And then, you know, being able to practice and compete. I've done one competition, which was pretty stressful. So, but I'm trying to do it again once everything winds down with the expansion. So.
Are you a better pet groomer, or can you handle John's hair? Can you get him together?
I've done John's hair, and it's not the best. I'm definitely better with a poodle. But, you know, in a pinch, COVID haircuts were a thing.
A lot of practice, I'm sure, during that time as well. One more fill for Kyle King, getting to the two teens. So we've got Mandy, who has confirmed what you do and wonderful stuff. So I'll have you go through it one more time, your social media and how folks can get in touch with you.
All right, so the easiest way for social media is I'm pretty much at Oasis Pet Grooming everywhere, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. And then my website is oasispetgrooming.com. Yeah, those are pretty much all the places that you can reach me.
Do you want to live stream any pet grooming?
I have actually. I get like an audience of like 3 people. But I mean, if people want to, if they want to go from bowling live streaming to grooming live streaming, it's exciting at the same level.
Go Bowl Stream TV X Oasis Pet Grooming.
Yeah,
let's do a
collaboration. That'd be some pretty good commentary.
Hey, I appreciate you, sharing some time and wanting to do this, and also, obviously, what you do. I don't have any animals, but my in-laws do, and they always have. And I don't know if they've ever got groomed per se, but if they do, I guess now I'll have some level of background to a degree.
You'll be like, I know an expert.
I do actually now. Now I can say that. And if you'd asked me yesterday, would I have known the owner of Oasis Pet Groom, I probably would have said no. And now
you would have been like, who dat?
I would have been like, oh, but and now that it's the Mayer family, it's even better. Actually, for that. Jen, thank you for always tuning in as well.
Yes.
And good luck with what's the next step in the business.
It's expansion is the next
It's
step.
here.
And it's here.
Okay.
It's a good time. I appreciate the good luck for that because
You're welcome.
It's stressful.
and thank you for your support of Theo and CBE.
Yeah, no problem. Everybody's here is great. So I love coming out to these events. It's I think my 3rd or 4th time. So definitely keep doing it in the future.
All right, that is Jen Mayer, folks. When we return, Game 5 next here on Bowl Stream TV. Right, that's what we would try to avoid. So. Thank you. All right, kiddos, back with you here. Game 5. Uh-oh, let me change that graphic. It is game 5. And we get to see Eric Hatchett again.
Actually, yes. Want Diet Coke or whatever they have, or what's your preference? Whatever's caffeinated. Whatever's caffeinated. Oh, you want the lemon. Whatever's caffeinated.
Again, if you are joining us for the first time, CBE 10K Cactus Classic. This is the 4th squad. It's the 4th and final full squad. Full squad meaning we're bowling 8 games. The Desperado squad is happening tonight, immediately following the conclusion of this squad that's on the lanes right now. That one's going to be a brief 2-game sprint. But we will have 7, again, automatic spots from this squad. 7 players will be advancing into the match play bracket, with really 4 of those players receiving buys. The top 2 of the squad will each get a 2-round bye, meaning the first 2 rounds of match play, they do not bowl. So I think that actually gets them into around like which would be like, what, almost 12-ish, noonish, or 1:30-ish, or 1 o'clock-ish, something like that. If you finish 3rd or 4th in this squad, you get a 1-round bye. Means that you do not have to bowl at 8 a.m. You would bowl the following round, which, again, 3 games, total pins. You'll get a little bit of extra rest. If you finish in 5th, 6th, or 7th, then you will be bowling at 8 a.m. And then for the Desperado squad, we will advance 4 players. 4 will advance from the Desperado to complete the 32-player bracket. Thank you again, John, as always. hit that like button, hit the thumbs up specifically. And if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button as well so you can get the notifications. Again, we'll be live in the morning at 8 a.m. Local time. It'll be 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. So whether you're Sunday, a chill day, maybe you'll be going to your house of worship, maybe breakfast with the family, whatever it may be. If you get that notification, 11 a.m. Eastern, we will be live with the first round of match play tomorrow. But first, we've got still much to be determined here. Theo is off to get some scores, and then he is going to join us just for a little bit, maybe give an update to a degree on how things are going. This squad, again, one player short from being a full squad. CBE stands for Complete Bowling Events. I want to thank Matt Zweig and Jen Mayer. Matt made match play. He was in the top 7 in Friday's noon squad. Friday only had one squad. He bowled, and so he had a full day off today, essentially, before he gets back at it tomorrow. But he joined us for a few games this morning and gave some nice info and insight on the pattern, broke down some stuff about the lane graph. That's right, John. I am not paying John, full disclosure. But I do, but maybe if more people subscribe, I could. But thanks to Matt. Oh my gosh, good Lord. Well, that's hard. That's hard, man. So Russ has left or thrown 2 shots today that actually have really destroyed my soul, and neither one was an 8-pin. And if you've listened to me enough, you know that I just have a terrible relationship with 8-pins. And it's not because I leave a lot; it's because they just mean to me. They're like the Grinch. But earlier squad this afternoon, I think he could have punched for 220. I believe it was what was the case there. Maybe it had to be 210. And he wrapped a mean 10-pin. And we were talking about it and commenting on when you throw it that good, right? In a situation, obviously you're trying to gain pins, and you leave a mean 10-pin like that, and he shot 190, whatever it was, which cost him going plus that game. Same situation. This guy just absolutely threw a fantastic shot and left that 9-pin. That's hard, man. And meanwhile, Felipe Espriu with a 5-bagger, and he was in the number last time we had a score update. And still playing them very similar, just going right up the boards. Maybe got a little firm with that one. Nice super washout conversion there. Young Omar Bryant. I don't know how young he is, but he does look young. Future also looks bright too. Jeez, almost back to back. Troy Blickenstaff just left a tough 9-pin as well. Who's up out there still? Oh, we're getting late. It's 8:30 local time. It's 11:30 p.m. Eastern. Who's still up? If you're still up, raise your hand in the chat, if you don't mind. Oh, I got a couple. Hi, Chris. What's up, Aaron? Theo, we've reached that point, my man.
Oh, man. It's been a long day.
When you start to do things that just to make sure you still got enough energy to get through the night. I'm over here doing a little dance and such.
It's tiring me out watching it. It's not helping me.
No, it's not. I feel like my tired is a little bit different than your tired right now.
Yeah.
It's still tired, but it's just a different tired. Appreciate you hopping on just to say hello, chat it up a little bit. I do think know you were out getting scores.
Yep, we have a Game 4 updates.
All right.
For our 6 p.m. squad. We have Chris Silva still leading the way at plus 75. Brian Bledsoe's moved into second at plus 40. Mr. D. Ron Booker at plus 36. Kyle King plus 27 in fourth. Russ Oviats plus 17 in fifth. David Haynes at plus 13 in sixth. And Eric Hatchett rounds out our top 7 at plus 9. We do have a few that are all within striking distance, and as we've seen the scoring pace for the day, anything can really happen. I mean, we really only have about 35 pins from 7th all the way back to 14th. With 7th at plus 9 and 14th sitting at minus 26. So still got 4 more games and anything can happen, as we have seen every squad almost with pretty good finishes. Russ is trying to get himself back into the match play final so he can make another run. Where he finished second last year to our winner, Darren Tang.
He just left, like 9 pin I was just talking about. Nearly left another one. 1 9 pin on the right lane. Nearly did it again on the left lane, and they got a love tap on the 10 to double. Appreciate everybody who raised their hands. Alan, hello, Alan. Leaving from Curacao, how about that? Leaving tomorrow for Vegas in the Tat. We were just talking about the Tat earlier with John Burble. Good luck, Alan. PB Wizard watching from Toronto, still on my bucket list. PB, I think you've been on before. Allison said, Theo! Exclamation point. Exclamation point.
Oh, that's the boss at home.
Ah, okay.
At least I would assume so, since it's Allison K.
I've got Randy still checking in, clashing still with us. Hello, Jamie, watching from Omaha. Still up on the great fireworks show. Oh, that looks good. That sounds great. Watching some great bowling as well. Well, thank you for making us a part of your nights. Appreciate that. Robert, Harry, J&J Liquidations. Quiet guy. Love that. Hi, Maria Cray K. Isn't that nice of you? Paul Phillips. Michelle Gruber. She's going to be still here asking great questions. The Flipper. I really like that name. Rip Van Racer. Maybe not as good as that. Still early for me in Ohio.
You know, just when we think we're almost done, we have 4 more games plus the Desperado.
Yeah, we do. But really got 3 at this point.
Yeah. Mr. Jacob Buttriff in the building. Our A squad leader.
Wow. You know, Russ really opened up some eyes, mine included, last year, just being able to watch him for, you know, essentially a full event. He's got just a world of talent.
Yes. I bowled league with him before he moved back home. Great guy to bowl with. And you could see I got to watch front row every week. The amount of talent that he's had, and he's just gotten better every time that he comes back out here. Seems like he gets better and better.
Oh, that's right, Alan. That's right. I knew. Yes. Right. I knew you had watched. That name sounds familiar. Thank you very much. That's a fun event.
Allison said, no more games. I think her and the kids are ready for me to go home.
Well.
My game 3 is 179.
We're almost there, though.
We are almost there. You know, after all the games and scores that we've entered, I've only entered 2 incorrectly, and I caught them pretty quickly.
Well, I mean, you cannot be perfect.
I try.
Well, yeah, I know you can. You sound like me. Trying to be perfect at this job, and it is damn near impossible.
Yep.
It is impossible, actually.
As long as we catch it and it doesn't affect anybody's qualifying or money, That's the most important thing. You know, it's pretty wild. I mean, this is by far our largest squad, yet the scoring pace is the same.
Matt and I were talking about that. And, you know, just thinking about what the number might end up being. And it's very intriguing how this thing is shaping up right now. Game 1 gave the impression,
right,
if you were only going to base it on game 1, that it would be the highest scoring squad overall. Another 9-pin for Russ Ovia. And then, of course, game 2, it just went right back to being what we've seen throughout the day and including yesterday.
Correct. After game 1, I almost thought that the wrong button was pushed on the machine. And then they all moved pairs and got brought right back to reality. Oh, there's that 9-pin.
That's, I mean, he's left since frame, what was that, 5? Yeah, frame 5 was a 9-pin. This, as you just saw, 9-pin, I mean, that's 230.
Yeah. Don't we all love this game?
Alan, yes, I did. That is my alma mater. So last week was a home. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's one way to get 200 on the nose.
Wow.
4.
That's got to be, you know, gosh. I mean, we've been saying the same things all day. Right, and not each player, but there's been a reference to a different player on how, you know, some weird or non-break. You know, earlier I was talking about Russ. I just told the story. He left just a vicious ringing 10-pin. Cost him 220 or whatever it was, 210. You know, held him to 190. Talked about players somehow bowling such great games and having nothing for it. Brett Wolf earlier said it was a lot of work for +0. He shot a game of 200 even. And I don't know how many more good shots Russ could have thrown that game.
Yeah.
Obviously, and then to leave 4 in the manner that he just left on that field. After leaving 2 brutal 9-pins in the game early. I mean, gee whiz.
Yeah.
I tell you, if he advances.
If you were to look at that game, you would think, oh, hey, he grinded it.
Yeah.
But no, he actually threw it really well that whole game. Just bad breaks.
That's crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen a 4 count like that. Has there been any 2 counts today?
No, but I did see a few 3s.
Okay. I don't know if there's enough friction to get a 2.
Yeah, it's not hooking down there once it gets there.
No.
It's going, as we know. Hello, Stacy, by the way.
See, I gave them a little something. They get 3 instead of 2.
Well, Greg asked Greg Thompson if he said he wouldn't mind if you did push the wrong button tomorrow. Said it's okay. We're on the game 6. Jordan, you can imagine how much you worked with Russ over the years. Obviously, I'm sure a decent amount, of course. And I don't remember really seeing Russ that much when he was at Arizona State. And my time in the collegiate world was kind of coming to an end. So I never got a chance to bowl against them. But like I said, last year it was like, man, my guy's good. He's still good. That game right there just told me all I needed to know, honestly.
Right.
Like, if you didn't know anything about him and you watched that game and you literally just watched it, you'd be like, okay. Well, again, if the 9-pin's carry, that's a different game.
He's got easy 220 in the bag.
And we're into game 6. Count him down. Ex-Madlicken is now in our vicinity. Had bowled, he bowled Friday at noon.
Correct.
Did not advance. Re-entered here tonight. I'll check his scores in a minute. I know he got off to a pretty solid start earlier today.
He struggled game 3 with a 115, which hurt him quite a bit. I think he just shot 150 or 160 in game 5.
It's a good shot there by Allen. He's crossing with Felipe here during this squad. They're chasing Lowry, rounding out, or part of the trio. We saw Troy Blickenstaff in the afternoon squad. He's re-entered in bowling this evening as well. He too left a brutal 9-pin just next door on 3 and 4.
Troy was up there not far back, but I think he just shot a 130. So he's got some work cut out these last 3 games.
Well, the good news is, in this case, is, you know, we saw 2 players have a game of 130 on their scorecard and advance this afternoon. And that was, one was Sean Wyatt Truskowski.
Yep.
And the other was Ryan Howard.
Correct.
Alan, I do not know Jarrett, by the way, but if he currently goes there, then I'm a support and a fan of his. It's nice to be back in again, the home away from home, if you will. Place that I spent literally hours in. That was like, you know, when you shouldn't be practicing, but you are. That was me and my boy Dre, just in there trying to be better. Sometimes closing it down.
I've been there. Way back when I was actually bowling, I would actually do that P word in practice. I don't think I've done that in a while.
If St. Charles Lanes was like the equivalent of like the basketball gym where you could get the keys, we would have had the keys to the bowling center.
Yeah, growing up in San Diego, my sister was the youth director. She's 7 years older than me, so she would, and it was a family-owned center. It wasn't corporate. So with her working there, she would help me get lanes almost any time I wanted. So I had summers where I'd put in 40, 50 games a day. That might be why I don't practice now. I think some of the most fun times, though, was we would have lock-ins. Did you guys ever have lock-ins?
Not in the bowling center, but I personally never participated as a kid. But like I remember, like church would have a couple every now and then. I've heard of some in the bowling center, but I've never participated.
They were fun. They would start around, I think they started at midnight, and we would lock the doors to the center, and we wouldn't leave until 8 in the morning.
Are you bowling the whole time?
We bowled, played pool. They turned the arcade games on for free. And we just had a good time, and we'd have little fun competitions. And sometimes we'd turn the lights out with the galactic bowling. Just different things for prizes, and just to have, we had a great time. We'd usually have about 100 people there too. So it was a lot of fun.
How old were you then?
Oh, probably 14, 15 years old. And we do it in the summer. We would leave at 8 in the morning, somehow get home, and then I would pass out for the entire day.
I don't know if I love bowling that much then. I mean, I did. I might have had to pass on the lock-in.
I was obligated since my sister was the youth director.
Right.
Looks like they've all possibly moved. I'm going to run and grab game 5 scores,
Okay.
and then I shall return.
Got some folks looks like they're maybe finishing up game 5 on the high end.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. Well, I'm moving slow. I'm not really running.
You can get everything else. It's actually perfect because once you get there, they should be done.
Correct. There's not much running from me this time of day. I am moving a little bit slower and taking my time. So I will be back momentarily.
BRB.
Yes. I only hear that once a day.
That young Mr. Bryant there, Amar Bryant. I'm gonna keep my eye on him as I move on in the future. He really throws it well. Moved over to 3 and 4. There are some players, folks, today who have really thrown some good shots throughout 8 games, and many of them will not be bowling tomorrow. And it's not for a lack of effort, a lack of trying. But after watching now, we're almost through 4 complete full squads. And full, not in the sense of the amount or how many players, but full as in 8 games in comparison to the Desperado. That will happen tonight. This is, if you wanted a challenge, this is the one. It's still, again, it makes what Michael Fitzgerald did stand out even more, going plus 201 on this.
They had a friend that was trying to sell. Oh, yeah. Is it the same color shirt? Yeah. It's on Facebook Marketplace. 15 grand or something?
Alan, you mentioned several names that I definitely know for sure.
The right front end, the right rear end, the right everything.
Jason Lowry bowled this afternoon. Went back at it immediately along with Ron Booker. Just saw him strike on 11 and 12. It's actually a pretty good cross right there. Kyle King is now on that pair too. Kurthois. The front 3. Another good shot, 10 pin. I asked Alan how he pronounced his last name. And then Theo said, I forgot what he said, but call him whatever he said. And then And Alan said, big show. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. I see that. I see big show right there. You guys see him on the left side of your screen? Now, he said it. I did. But that means I think he said he gets that at least once a day. Eric made a nice move left. Good shot. Now 7-pin. Shout out to Bree Cote too, by the way. She saw she was in, which means hopefully she made it on home. She also said this is the U.S. Open Part 2. Matt Zweig said something similar. The pattern seemed to be derived, or at least giving off those vibes that the pattern could have been derived from the U.S. Open lane conditions. Nice shot, Smaglick. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank everybody. Let's see. Looks like now everyone is complete with game number 5. So that score update should be coming to you in just a little bit. Super random, but you know what? I just realized that I need to go. Once we leave here, I need to go to my hotel and pack. I didn't bring a lot this weekend, so that does help. Nice shot there. I wonder if we might have a few players kind of sneak up on us, especially since the squad is a little larger than the previous ones. So there may be a player or two that they say, oh. Again, that update through 5 is on its way, but just looking at it, I mean, it's still now overall, again, through 4. Right now, it's the highest. The highest scoring, but again, we've been fooled almost before. And other squads. Eric Hatchett was +9, by the way, through 4 games. And trying to keep his eye on the prize on 7 and 8. Allen with another good shot. And still plenty of people who will have a chance to get some things done. Now, again, games 7 and 8 were the money games in the previous squad. Dylan Taylor did his best work in the final 2 games to get into the top 7. Another 9-pin. That's got a hook there, Felipe. Wow. Well, Jason Lowry perhaps wants to make it interesting. You never know where the interesting might come from late. Steen Johnston bowling, Corrine Acuff bowling. There is at least one more woman bowl in this squad. Can I find her name? I'm not sure. But we got to have at least one more here for tomorrow. Right now it would be Brianna Cote would be the woman in match play. Thank you, GT2. Okay, was out there. Minus 22 through 4. Well, maybe I'm thinking of, yeah, that's it. Oh, she's got her full name on the back of her jersey. That's what's throwing me off. She's minus 22 after 4 games. Now, that's why I mentioned earlier, like for him, there were some pairs late that got really nice. And we're talking about this pair and how it was kind of set up a little bit differently just based on where players elected to start. With Surface, Kurth Roy's again. And this one looks really nice for actually for just about everyone here. I mean, just watch where the ball is hooking. And think about where it wasn't hooking. All the other games we've watched in the past, right? But again, we've reached that time of the block. It's like, you know, if you were someone who perhaps is a perpetual procrastinator, feel free to use that. And you said, yeah, I'll wait on it. I'll be fine. Well, this is your chance. Game 7 and 8 coming up. but hopefully the pairs will be kind to you. Got a nice string of 5 Baccarat C on 11 and 12. David Haynes, who just missed the number earlier. Lowry again. If he keeps striking, I might have to call him Mike Lowry. David Haynes looks like he can get to the 240s. That's D-Ron Booker with a string. He's got 5 in a row. That cross is kind of finishing up nicely here. Take a quick look. .202, 228. And Shane Manier is finishing up. He's going to be in the 2 teams on 9 and 10. Ben, this is Lakeview Lanes, Sun City, Arizona. CBE 10K Cactus Classic D squad. It's the 4th and final full squad, and then we'll have a 2-game Desperado squad immediately following the announcement of the top 7 who will automatically advance to Sunday's match play bracket. That Desperado, again, a 2-game sprint, and 4 players will advance. You bowl your 2 games, top 4 players with the best 2-game series will win. I mean, excuse me, will advance. I'm going to say, like, if you can shoot 420, I think you might be in. Maybe more. If things continue to trend the way they're trending, especially these last couple of games. So maybe 440 might be the one for you if you're bowling the Desperado. Another good one for Mr. Haynes. And that's going to be a game in the 240s. Lowry. Mike Lowry.
Were you just referencing Bad Boys?
I was.
I love it.
I said if Jason keeps striking, I'm going to call him Mike Lowry. Well, he continued to strike, so that's where we are.
Bad Boys
it's that time
2
of the night, too.
has my favorite scene ever, where the daughter's boyfriend comes to the door. It's the greatest scene ever.
Have you seen, I guess technically it was it 4?
Do they have that many now?
Bad Boys for Life? Or maybe they're working on it. Bad Boys 3. Bad Boys for Life. 4 is in production, I believe.
That's right.
But that scene you're referencing, of course, they did go on to get married.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
I don't remember the 3rd one.
So you probably haven't seen it.
Probably. I watched the first 2 quite often when I was younger. We have Game 5 update. Numbers have changed. Our top 7 have changed. We have a new leader. D-Ron Booker has now moved into the lead at plus 74. Chris Silva has dropped to 2nd at plus 42. Kyle King is in 3rd at plus 22. 4th, Russ Oviats at plus 17. 5th, Felipe Esprue at plus 2. And 6th at minus 3, David Haynes. And rounding out your top 7 at minus 17, Robbie Patterson. Looking at the number, trying to sneak in, and 8th at minus 19 is Jondon Soper. I don't know if you've mentioned it, but yes, that is Butch Soper's son.
So Matt Zweig when he got to 5 and 6, speaking of Jondon, it is Jondon, correct?
Jondon, yes.
When he got to the pair, he said, Matt said, man, I wonder if he related to Butch Soper. And I'm like, I don't know. You know, that is I don't know how common the last name is, but if you're talking bowling, right, there's typically only one that
Correct.
people reference. So we kind of went the entire game. And then he threw a shot, first one in the 10th or the 2nd, and he kind of walked it out a little bit to his right in a very Butch Soperish like manner. And I told him, I'm like, I'm on board. I do think they're related somehow. And then someone in the chat actually said that was his son.
Yep, 100%.
That's pretty cool.
A couple of years ago, I think before the COVID time, Jondon, I believe, got his dad to come out and bowl my over 50, under 50 doubles with him. I think.
Nice.
So it was pretty cool getting to see Butch get back out on the lanes.
227, by the way, for your current leader, D. Ron Booker. You just saw David Haynes shot 245.
That should help. Oh, he's already in. He's at -3 in 6th as of right now, so that should certainly jump him up a little bit. We did have a couple fall out of the top 7 during Game 5. Brian Bledsoe's in 9th now at -22. He had a 138 in Game 5, so that definitely hurt. And Eric Hatchett dropped out with a 162 game. He's now at -29. However, like you have said, there are a couple guys that have had 130s that are in.
Yeah, we know it's possible. We've seen it.
Yeah.
At this point.
I mean, Bledsoe had a pretty solid block up to then. He had 201, 214, 201, 224. You know, and the key really, unless you could pop a 240 or 250, is kind of, you know, not when you have your bad game, because it's going to happen. We've really only seen, I want to say, 2 players that have made the cut that didn't have a bad game. And that's Jacob and Fitzgerald. I mean, Jacob, I think, is the only one that didn't have a sub 200 game.
Did Michael shoot below 200?
I think one of his games he did have
that would be even more impressive.
He started his block with a 185.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention to that.
Yes.
Wow.
But I mean, some of his games that he shot 2-0, you know, I looked up and he had to throw like a 5 or 6 bagger to get there. So I mean, his block was really impressive. Yeah, Jacob, I mean, he had 3 220s, a 240, and the rest were all 2-0s. High game 248, low game 201. So you can't ask for a better block than that when they are this tough.
There is some, listen, if anyone is near the number and ends up on 5 and 6, they've got a really good chance to make the cut.
Has this pair been pretty good?
I think the last couple of games, especially the last game, just based on watching players' equipment react in the way that we hadn't quite seen. Again, it's given off that, all right, here's that Game 7, Game 8 situation again, and which might be very good for, the Desperado at this point also.
Mm-hmm. I think for both of our sakes, we need to avoid having a tie.
Well, you know it's going to happen.
In the Desperado.
We already had 2 today.
This is true.
We keep saying it. And in my experience, Like, I've never seen more ties this year on the PWPA Tour.
Right.
Man, there's a ton of ties. Ties in ways I had never actually seen happen before. There was a tie for the final spot to get to the stepladder on the show.
Wow.
Like, I had actually never seen that. I wasn't there. That was my week off, but it happened. I'm like, holy snap, that's never happened in my time on this thing.
It's your fault that it happened because
Probably,
you weren't there.
I wasn't there. I was there for all these other ties. And I was here for 2 of them today.
Yep. Last year was fun when we did. I mean, it's fun when we have the ties because it makes it very exciting. Just makes for a much longer day for us.
Was last year's a full game, or was that also 9th and 10th in the Desperado? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Was Frank in it? Guccione?
Frank was. It
he
was
won,
Frank and Chris Silva, who is in second right now. Yes, I remember that it was Chris. I couldn't remember who he had lost to. It was Frank. I want to say we did a 9th and 10th frame roll off.
Chris has been putting in work here this squad, though.
Yep.
Trying to make sure he don't even think about a Desperado squad.
I believe he bowled yesterday at noon
He did.
for his first squad.
Someone asked about the lane condition. And we've talked about that, of course, throughout each squad. But if you missed it or are just joining us for the first time, here you go. And 42 feet, 35 mils.
It's about a 1.5 to 1 ratio. My thought behind this pattern, I've seen this pattern used at the Masters, and I liked the scoring pace. So I reached out to Mike Calderon, who has offered his services to make patterns for me. When you have someone with that kind of knowledge at your disposal right here in town, you better use it. So I said, hey, Mike, I would like to use this pattern. However, I need it to be 43 feet or shorter. So he created this. He shortened it, and then I believe that he added a speed bump in there as well. And I think it's given us a great scoring pace. Exactly what I've wanted. John Janowitz created last year, and I think we had about the same scoring pace. So it's been pretty successful. 2 for 2 on pattern choices.
Oof. The old 180. Hold the spare.
We have Josh Malloy in front of us, a GCU player.
Ah, Louis look familiar.
Yes, GCU. And we have Alex Benton getting ready to go up on 6. He's fairly new to the game. Great kid, still learning. What's a better way to learn than get out here with some of the best talent?
You know, I'll be honest. I think. Well, first I got to give all the credit, and I always say this. You know, whenever you send that money in, you fill out that entry form, and you send it in online, mail, whatever it is, and you've committed to bowling an event like this, especially, right? This kind of magnitude, that amount of that entry fee, and then obviously what you could win. Takes a lot. Now, there are some who are, this is what they do, so that's no sweat off the brow.
Right.
This is what they do, so boom, I'm in, et cetera, and so forth. Remember, for younger players or players who are still new to the game, yeah, this could be a big step.
Yeah.
Right? And, obviously, the hopes of bowling well. I'm sure that everyone's goals are different. Winning is obvious, but, it's like any other event, especially when I talk about, tour goals, and players always talk about setting various goals on making the first number and then into the round of 12, and then you got to learn how to win and get on the show and all those things. And even here, right? Cashing would be great.
Absolutely.
You want to make match play.
Yep.
That would be the first obvious goal.
Well, you make match play, you have a chance.
You can't win unless you make it.
Right.
You cannot win the tournament unless you make match play.
My mindset going into this would just be one step at a time. That's kind of the mindset I go in with when I go to New Mexico. It's one of my favorite tournaments. I'm thinking I'll be there this year, but I'm not 100%. Just because there is a lot going on still, and I've had a very busy year. A lot of Disneyland trips.
That you couldn't get tickets for.
Oh man, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm still irritated. But no, when I've gone to New Mexico, which I would kind of compare the formats and goals to something like this, I don't even think about what's going to happen in match play. Because if I don't have a good enough block, it doesn't even matter. Why should I think ahead and assume I'm going to make it? My goal is I need to get there first. Let me have a solid block. Get my spares. Keep my game plan. My game plan is always keep the ball in front of me and get all my spares. If you can get all your spares on something like this, your chances of making are pretty good. And then after that step is completed, let me focus one match at a time. I don't know how others approach it, but that's my best bet.
I'm curious, for those who are still active in the chat this evening, if you wouldn't mind to share, I'm curious, like, what was that one or first, like, event, quote unquote, like, that you said, okay, this is the one I'm going to really venture out, if you will. I'm gonna pay my money. I'm gonna take a chance and see where my skills really are. What was that event for you? I'm not sure I still actually have that event. For me, I need to work on that still. I tell people, like, I missed my prime tournament competition life, if you will. Times where you get out of college and you just bowl,
right?
Theoretically, I did bowl a little, but then I landed that. Yesterday, I said that my first job out of college was National Alamo, shoveling cars and waking up very early. A few months later is when I got the gig at the Open Championships. That kind of really started my bowling industry career. But basically, I've been working in the industry when I should have been bowling more. And
hey, you're living the dream.
That's where I am now. So I'm at a point where I'm like, all right, I do want to bowl.
Correct.
Mentally, I'm like, I want to do it. Physically,
that's where I'm at. I mean, I started running tournaments mainly because mentally I was competitive, but physically, because of wrist injuries, I couldn't compete where my mind was at. So the next best thing to stay involved in the sport was to give back and provide something for the bowlers. And last year I had mentioned how I got the idea because of driving back and forth every year to New Mexico with Matt Jones. And then I finally just took the plunge and started the club. And I'm hoping that over time, we can grow this.
Got a couple answers for those willing to share. Appreciate it. Jordan, by the way, Theo, or Leo, Jordan said that Jake said that you're out of hot dogs, which I saw a whole bag earlier.
There's a whole bag back there. They may be cold now, but they're back there.
Stacy said her first CBE, as far as that event that kind of got you over the top, if you will. You took the jump into perhaps a pool that you feel safe in. Got that moved from the shallow end to closer to the deep, and you were able to float. Nick Pawanda said, actually he said a couple things. First he said, "What's up, Theo?"
Nick is in the chat.
And he said he wished he could have made it out. Format looks fun. Shot looks challenging. All of the above.
I grew up with Nick back in San Diego. He was our, we would call him Peter Griffin. I mean, he looked like Peter Griffin, and he is one of the best people. He is such a great guy. Hopefully next year we can see Nick out here.
And then he said, USBC Open Championships every year helps me gauge myself against everyone else. That is that event.
As long as we're not in Reno, I would agree. I may be one of the handful of lefties that does not enjoy bowling in Reno.
That is rare.
Yes.
I don't know, Theo. You might be the problem. Every other lefty's all right with it.
My disgust of bowling in Reno goes all the way back to 2001.
Now let me ask you. I mean, is it the stadium?
I just don't bowl over there. I just, the stadium doesn't scare me. It's just, I don't get that great of breaks in that building. And it owns
it's in your head.
a 5-story mansion in my head.
As the kids say, stadium is living rent-free in your head.
I may be paying rent to the stadium because of how much it owns in my head.
Your property taxes are not fun. Stacy, only goal was to not be last at that event, and she was not. Hey, again, small goals still count. Michelle Gruber said Queens. It was a disaster, but she had the same goal, and she achieved that. And I like that. I appreciate y'all sharing this. John Solario said holiday doubles when it was still in Cahokia, Illinois. I feel like that would be one of those events, and that's still on my to-do list, if you will, also. But the amount of talent that bowls that every year. So for you to send that money in, you and your partner, whoever that person is, that is one of those events.
Yep. Especially when you got to rely on somebody else too.
Right. A little extra and added pressure there. No one wants to bowl bad for their partner. But there's always someone who's got to be low.
Yeah. I'm going to go get scores.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Scores. Scores, scores, and scores. Hello, August Rush. I am Emil Williams Jr. It's a pleasure to meet you, August. Thank you for joining us this evening. Randy Norton said, Great Plains Classic in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Tough conditions and competition in the upper Midwest. Randy, does that tournament still exist? Sounds like a good event to bowl. Oh, GT2 said the 2005 West Virginia Championship, PBA. Rash won that week. I wanted to see if I was good enough to make the cut. And the Rabbit Squad, I made it as the high amateur and got my card soon after. How about that? And those early, it's fun watching. I mean, it's still fun watching Sean Rash to me. But the early rookie years or early seasons on tour for Sean, he was winning early. He's always been a vocal individual, but man, he was out there doing it. That's what's up, GT2 though. That's huge too. I'm glad you shared that because you can see the different levels, right, of just the stories that we've been talking about in this chat in the last 10 minutes. The varying levels of everyone's goals. I think sometimes we lose sight about everyone's goals and what levels they are. And, you know, GT2 just told us about a PBA goal, essentially. We've got Randy talking about the Great Sioux Falls or the Great Plains Classic in Sioux Falls. Michelle mentioned the Queens. Stacy mentioned her first CBE. I mean, all those things are different. It just means or matters for yourself what that goal is for you at that particular time, and then the goal still could change. Holiday doubles there from John, as he mentioned. Jordan says high rollers. I still would like to kind of travel back in time. I really wish could have been in the building when all of the mega bucks and the high rollers and all of these things were going down. Like, imagine live streaming some of those events and in their, like, you know, highest popularity points. Coco said John stole her phone. Sorry, Coco, we still got you. We would not allow John to take your phone again. I should point out that GT2 also led a block in the Masters, or at least the squad. I know that to be fact because I interviewed him and took his picture. Just throwing that out there too. Get to give the folks their flowers while they're here. Jordan Asberg used to coach at Arizona State in flip-flops. Not giving him his flowers for that. That was just funny. Jeff M, yes. Cue up Alexa play Michael Jackson. Got me working day and night. But that's part of what we do, John, or Jeff, as you know. And there are long days in this bowling world. Tomorrow will be all worth it. Someone's going to win $10,000. There'll be some cool, very good matches along the way. Someone's going to perform in the 10th frame to come back and win a match. Someone's going to perform in the 10th frame to shut out an opponent. Someone's going to get in a great break. Someone's going to have an untimely non-break. We might have a tie tomorrow. We're going to end up with two really good players who will fight for 10K and be the second annual winner of this event that hopefully will run for a very long time. Well, I've been talking about Game 7, obviously, right? And so far to this point, it doesn't look as favorable as it did for some other squads. Now, the difference right now is half of the building is about done with Game 7. And the other half is still in the early stages of Game 7. So this one's trending in the way that maybe it was this morning squad? I think it was this morning squad where everyone in the number who had a chance to make it, or I should say everyone who was just outside the number from 8 through 12 ended up on the high end of the building at the end of the block. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, but we'll see that. We'll see our game score or update scores here in just a second. David Haynes, by the way. Nice game here by Jordan 214. Theo is back and we'll share his update here in just a minute. Spackler gets the first. Flip on over to 9, 10, 11, and 12 real quick here. David Haynes not trying to leave it to chance like in the previous squad where it did look like he was going to be. In fact, he was in the, I think he was the number with 1 to go. Ended up only shooting 201 as Nick Howard shot 256 to jump a lot of people and get that final spot from that squad into match play. But David Haynes is going to shoot 247 with a spare here. Wow, 500K. Paul Renteria, thanks for sharing that, Richard. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, and I've heard some stories in the course of my young life from those who bowled those events. But obviously, you know, it's great to hear the story, and it does make you use that imagination. It's like being like a child and you're being read the bedtime story. When you hear these things and you start trying to dream or imagine how it seemed or what it was like, what it sounded like. Ron Booker, who was and has been the leader for, I think, about 2 games at least, the last 2, maybe 3. Got 2:04 left with 3 in the 10th. That's 1. What you got for us, Theo?
All right, Game 6 update. I know the guys in front of us are a little ahead, but at the other end of the bowling center.
Yeah, I just talked about that.
Yeah. What's funny is 9 and 10 started later than everybody.
And they caught right up.
Way ahead.
They struck a lot in Game 1.
So, Game 6 updates. Your leader still Ron Booker, plus 101. He's gotten to the rare triple digits. In seconds, at plus 58, Chris Silva. Third, David Haynes at plus 42. And in fourth at -2, Robbie Patterson. Fifth, -8, Kyle King. In sixth at -16 is John Soper. And Brian Bledsoe got himself back in the top 7 in seventh at -20. Within 30 pins, we can go all the way back to 14th, who is -50. As we know, with this pattern and scoring pace, anything can happen with any of those. And really looking at anybody that's maybe even 80 down with 2 to go might even have a chance.
I'm going to parlay these 2 games into the Desperado game, and I'm going to...
I like her attitude on that.
Yes.
So again, the high end of the building. I'm going to guarantee you that this will work out the way it worked out this morning. This afternoon squad was perfect. And everyone near the number within a 12-lane vicinity. I would get everybody essentially on camera to a degree. This morning, everyone in contention or around the number at the end of game 8 or in game 8 was on the extreme high end. And that, I guarantee you that's going to happen right now. But Brian Bledsoe is going to finish in front of us. I think he just shot 178.
And he was at -20, so. Yeah, I think Kyle's going right. Robbie's coming left, but he won't get here. I think Robbie's only going to get to 11 and 12.
He's on 15 right now. So he's going to be on 13.
Oh, 13, yeah.
Well, we can turn the camera in that direction if we get to that point. Well, I should say we will, because we are going to get to that point, because this area is going to be done. There is someone down there with a spare 4-bagger. We'll figure out who that is. Ari again, about the same position he was in with essentially 2 to go in the previous squad. Hanging right around the number. By the way, remember, if you recall, he went like 180 on 7 and 8 after striking in on 6 of his 7 opportunities on the left lane. He said the next pair he went to was the exact same way.
So the spare 4-bagger looks like it's Robbie Patterson.
Okay, there you go.
And Robbie is crossing with Ari. Looks like he got a 5-bagger.
Michelle, the Desperado will be on the burn. It's going to immediately, to a degree. But as soon as everyone's done, Theo's got all the scores. He announces the top 7. There'll probably be some, either they'll give lane assignments prior to or at that time. And then there'll be, I'm sure, some level of practice. And then we bowl 2 games.
Correct. It shouldn't be too long after. I'll give them a few minutes to get signed up. So after this game and I go get scores, I'll probably park at the check-in desk, take in the final game 8 scores, and then get bombarded hopefully by all the Desperado bowlers Last year we had 30 of them, so we'll see where we get to this year.
How many do you think you might get?
Oh. I'm thinking we might be around 20 to 30 again this year. I mean, we lowered the Desperado cost to $100 instead of $150. But we also added re-entries this year, so kind of hard to tell.
$408. Rip's guess for the Desperado qualifier. I'm going 420. Ha ha ha. This was Price is Right. 421.
$1, Bob.
And I'm basing that on. I do think that there's a little bit of like a small little area, like a very minute area that some players now have at this point in the block. So 210 is very doable.
Yes. Or even 180, 240 is doable. Last year we had some heavy hitters in that Desperado.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. But I think you're starting to understand the theme here. It's expect the unexpected at this tournament.
Yes.
Robbie's still striking down there. Where was Chris Clerk in the standings?
Oh, Mr. Clerk was at minus 83. And I think he just had a 150 or 160 game.
I gotta eat my strawberries that I brought here. I know that is super random, folks. But I've got a half a carton of strawberries that I brought with me this morning. That was supposed to be my breakfast / snack. I did eat some earlier. They were 95 cents too, by the way, at Aldi.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's a national sale at Aldi or it's just local to the region. But that's a steal.
Yes.
I mean,
last week
steal.
at Fry's, which is, I don't know if you guys have Fry's.
We do not.
So one of our local grocers out here, they had the large baskets of strawberries for like $2. But we were going out of town, so it wasn't worth it.
There's a Fry's down the street now on Grand.
Yep.
Again, me speaking like I'm from the area.
He's a Phoenician now. So we have an update to the 1230 squad. We thought we had the first plus score.
Oh.
Ryan Howard texted me and said, hey, I was watching the stream. Correction to my score. It doesn't change who made the number or anything, luckily. He wrote down the incorrect score by accident. So he texted me and said, hey, I shot 180, not 190. So I fixed that. So the cut number instead of +2 was -8.
Damn it, Ryan.
Damn him and his honesty.
But I appreciate you. Honestly, I really do.
Yes, as do I.
I don't know how many. I'm just being honest. I don't know how many people would make that communication effort to report that.
And I mean, while it doesn't change who made the cut on that squad, could change the seating.
Yep. Could have been a bye situation, or as you just talked about, the seating purposes. He could have moved up a spot or down, whatever.
Right. And 10 pins is 10 pins. I mean, also from the same squad. I don't know what they were doing with their scores. But as you say, Sean Wyatt, Trzowski, wrote down that he had a 247 one of his games. And we had some locals here that were watching, and they all said, no, he shot 257. He thought he had 247. Well,
so he almost cost himself 10 pins.
Correct, which
that was huge.
Was huge because he has a bye. If he didn't have that group watching and say, hey, no, he had 257, guess what? He doesn't have a bye, and Brett Wolf does. So 10 pins is a lot.
Well, still congrats to Nick, though. Thankfully, that 256 that he shot in Game 8 was not in vain at that point. Because who knows, right? Maybe he bowls again right now. It almost was made for the second consecutive time, by the way.
Is that what Troy picked up?
Yes, he made the 2-8-10 in almost a similar fashion. 2 into the 10 off the sidewall and nearly clipped the 8. Well, that's how Troy made it. Chris Clark almost did it the exact same way.
Very nice.
Look at my guy Anthony Pedro confirming that the strawberry sale is happening across in other states. Let's go, Aldi. Not to Aldi's. Text my wife. You know, need to get these kids these strawberries. the late night gremlins. Trying to get us. They're trying to get us, folks. Doesn't like a late night gremlin to wake you up. It's a good and bad thing. Right? If at worst the audio goes out, well, that's an well, it's not an easy one, shouldn't say that, but typically it's an easy fix. But it also says, all right, make sure you're up. we got a little bit left to go. Not quite over yet. Thank you all for noticing that. I actually didn't see or had noticed the levels weren't popping off. So thankfully, many of you said, hey, what happened? Because I can still hear myself. So thank you, August. You have a great night as well. Jason Lowry still striking, and so is Robbie Patterson, folks. I think he's going to shoot, well, he's got the chance to shoot 290. How about that? Jason Lowry. Well, hey, listen. Jason Lowry is at minus 94, folks. Now, I don't have his Game 7 update because everyone wasn't done. But the gentleman has the front 8. He could be making it very interesting. Next game here by Christine Johnston. She just talked about having a couple more games in this Desperado coming up. But if she can do what she just did here, perhaps she can get a pair or two that's favorable. And this is why I think, you know, it's going to be in the 420s. 421, going with 421. Just in honor of Bob Barker. Gentleman who's trying to make it interesting. Left of your screen there. Jason Mike Lowry. Maybe. Oh. That's right, I'm Mike Lowry. Jason. I'm going to have to go down and look at his score. But I'm going to wait. Meanwhile, David Haynes, yeah, he's just continuing to strike. He's on 7 and 8, of course. In fact, he and D-Ron, of course, finishing up. D-Ron, will he still have the lead is the question. Now, again, you know, D-Ron and David Haynes, they're essentially bowling for, you know, 2-round buys. Get a little extra sleep. David Haynes wants some extra sleep. If D-Ron strikes there, still in the position to get into the 250s, and now one more strike and Haynes will be in the 250s. And a miscue there for D-Ron. And again, I'm only still reading from that Game 7 update. Mr. Lowry for 10 in a row. Bang. This could be a seismic maneuver here for Mr. Lowry. Again, he was at -94, but that was after 6 games. Looking for number 11. Bang again. Well, isn't this something? I think we got that sound back. Could be a first. Might be some historical items to this. I don't remember this potentially happening last year, the inaugural event. If he strikes, I'm calling to Mike Lowry for the rest of the tournament. For perfection, help it, help it, help it. Oh! How about that? I couldn't give that one the proper call because I knew it was left off his hand, and I just watched the angle that it was going on the screen. But I've got to think he's in. That is incredible. Jason Mike Lowry. That's his new name. A smooth dude. In the Miami Police Force. What'd you get to? I think like +12. In fact, put that on. Right now. Jason Lowry is with us right now after he just shot 300 at the CBE 10K Cactus Classic.
It's tough out there. It's tough.
So, first of all, the 300 game. But I feel like we got to go backwards a little bit because we don't have the Game 7 update because the high end of the building wasn't done yet. So I didn't know where you were after 7, but you were -94 after 6. So where'd you get to after 7?
I was +6 on the 7th game.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was.
So wait a minute.
It's been a roller coaster of a day.
So you were +6 going into this game. Is that what you just said?
No. I shot 206 on.
206.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So
that should have put me at like 80 something.
Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, -88. All right.
Yep.
And then you just shot 300. To what? I mean, I would hope that was enough to get you.
We would hope, but
there are no guarantees.
The first part of this block, I was still struggling from the second, as a re-entry. But I felt like it was there. As soon as I threw the last ball in the last set, I was like, I just didn't make the right change. So, yeah, after that, I'm pumped up right now.
Yeah, you're damn right you're pumped. You should be.
I mean, I got Robbie down there shooting 290 or 289.
Right, and I'm like, oh, shoot, well, you know, Jason's got the front 6, the front 7,
Right.
front 8. Like, oh, this thing could happen. I didn't, I'll be honest, I didn't anticipate seeing that type of score, even what Robbie just did on this. But the trend has been games 7 and 8 have been very favorable for scores.
Right.
In every squad. And for a while, I'm like, I don't know if it's happening in this squad. And boy, well, you shut me in.
Yeah, no, it was, you know, sitting here on Friday.
Yeah, you were here
I
watching.
felt like, you know, the shot looked really good. And then coming here on, you know, this morning and then the second shift, it changed a lot. You know, and it got tighter and tighter. But, hey, I got lucky.
Hey, man. What was how was the 10th frame? Walk me through it.
You know,
The first 2 shots were great, by the way.
It was. My knees were knocking there for a minute just because, you know, I've shot, you know, 270s, 280s all year long and could never put, you know, 12 back. And just, and I got lucky, you know. I mean, it was the will. That was it. So.
Well, that's impressive stuff, man. Walk me through, honestly, the first 4 games. 155, 149, 196, 145. What happened?
You know, honestly, I think I was tired from the, you know, I bowled 8 games earlier and then come out here, take an hour-and-a-half break, eat a patty melt and fries, and I think it put some weight. But then, you know, being down there on lane 20, 21, or actually, yeah, 20, 22, and 24, they just wouldn't hook. And then we got down here on 1 and 2, and I saw something. I changed balls, and then it was just pointing it off the corner, letting it just drop into the pocket.
I think it was, I think Rip Van Racer said minus 155 after the first 4 and then plus 167 for the last 4. That is such an abnormal and obviously an extreme difference from end to end. Then the last 4, 202, 259, 206. I saw the 259 here on 5 and 6. I'm like, wow, it actually made me say that this pair could be very favorable in the Desperado squad because it looked like you had a little area to play with down lane. Was 5 and 6 similar to what you just bowled on 9 and 10?
Yep. I only moved from 5 and 6. I moved 2 boards left with my feet, kept my eyes the same to where it get a little straighter down lane, and then it was just a pocket from there. As long as I didn't get in my own head, I mean, just stay calm and one shot at a time.
Well, it's been the back 4 for a few players, you included now.
Well, I was watching Cortez on, was it Friday?
Friday, yes.
And it was amazing to see, you know, and it's like, well, you're never out of it. So keep plugging away.
Especially in an 8-game block. Yeah. Again, that's the difference in like this length versus, 5 or 6 game block. And any final words or thoughts before you probably get some rest at this point?
No, it's, these things are fun. Theo runs an excellent show, right? Yourself calling the shows are great. I'm glad to be out here. Shooting at 300 is definitely a emotional booster, right? But it's good. Just take this. If I don't make it, right, take it to the next one.
Plus 12. I mean, at this point, we don't root for people, but
yeah,
I got to root for you.
It's good though.
I got to root for you,
know.
Right?
But that's where the bowling knowledge has got to come in a little faster, moving to the right ball at the right time. But you learn things as you go. So even though if this is not what it's meant to be, I learned a lot. So.
Well, finally, have you familiar with the movie or the franchise Bad Boys?
Yes.
Okay, because when he started striking here on 5 and 6, I started throwing in a little Mike Lowry.
Yeah.
And I carried it over, and I'm like, well, if he strikes here, I got to call Mike Lowry for the rest of the tournament.
That's all right. That's all right.
So you're Jason Mike Lowry, especially if you make match play. Congrats, my guy.
Man, thank you a lot.
You're welcome.
Yeah, appreciate it.
And it was Jason Lowry, fresh off his 300 game. Man, that's crazy. Talk about a wake-up call. Nice. That was very, very impressive. Hey, forget the last shot. Just to even get to that point, which, again, it didn't look like it might have been possible, considering that start. Again, I appreciate you, Rip, for putting those numbers in. 155, 149, 196, 145. That was his first 4 games tonight. He could have easily just packed that up and said, doesn't look like I'm going to make it. You know, not throwing it good, etc. and so forth. Ball reaction's not great. You know, I'm just going to use these last 4 games as practice. And how many of us do that, right? Right, you get off to a slow start in a long, block format, and it's like, all right, I'm just going to use these last couple games to, work on something or experiment and this, that, and the other. And it would have been very easy to do, but he did not do that. In fact, he did the opposite. He was still trying to find score on a pattern that when you go fishing for score, you come up with a boot on your hook, that kind of thing. But not Jason here. And I don't know anything about fishing, but he didn't come up with a boot these last 4 games. Came up with like some large bass or something. What a time. Well, so we have to think now that Jason Lowry is going to, he's kind of our number, right? And by the way, we do have some updates after 7. So D-Ron Booker and David Haynes were essentially fighting for the lead, and along with Robbie Patterson, because, well, Robbie's game was in Game 7. So Booker and Haynes essentially fighting for, again, a 2-round bye, and the leader gets that. But David Haynes did have more, and he only trailed Mr. Booker by 4 pins. So David Haynes, I think, is your leader at the moment, with Robbie Patterson yet to finish. I'm going to say D-Ron is second, and then again Robbie third at the moment at plus 87. Chris Silva plus 75. Kyle King minus 19. Ari Wilson minus 22. He's in the number with 1 to go. Jonathan Soper minus 38 in the number at the moment, again with 1 to go. Felipe Espriu is 8th, 9 pins back. Jonathan Mayer is 9th, 13 pins back. Joseph Gage is 10th, 18 pins back. Anthony Candell 11th, 28 pins back. Brian Bledsoe was 29 back at minus 67. He struggled the final game. Let me go change a camera here. All right, there's Ari. And Ari with a, it's a 7-pin, which he will handle. Now his max score is 223. If he gets all three, oh, I'm sorry, the one in the 9th and all three in the 10th, that would get him to +1. Robbie Patterson, wow. Man just shot, I believe, what, 289? Yeah, 289. An opportunity at 290. You talking about bowling well in the final 2 games. Man, game 7 and 8, folks. I didn't think it was going to happen this evening. But what we found after watching 4 games on this, or I'm sorry, 4 squads, 4 8-game blocks, is if you can have patience, you can make something happen late in the block. That has now been proven multiple times. Brianna Cote, nice 4-game block to end, and a bucket for Ari. Matt Zweig did it on Friday. Cortez Schenk did it as well. Jason Mike Lowry. Felipe Espriu. He's down on 1 and 2. He did double in frames 8 and 9. He can shoot 242, which would get him to -5. Ari missed that spare. And now he's in a situation where he's got to have all 3 to even give himself a chance. Jonathan Soper is bowling about 3, no, maybe 2 pairs to the right of him. Now here's a very wide angle here of Felipe Espriu. He did carry that. That is 3 in a row for Felipe. Oh, wow. Another 7-pin for Ari. Must make the spare and strike. That's 188. He'd be at -34. Felipe just left the 10-pin. If he makes it, that's 231. Wow. So Espriu has moved ahead of Ari Wilson. So it's going to be up to perhaps Jonathan Soper. And again, Soper is down on the right side, or 2 pairs to the right of Ari. Left the bucket in frame 9. Missed it. 7-pin. First shot in the 10th. He shoots 188, does Ari. That's going to be minus 34, which would keep him ahead of Jonathan Soper just in the standings at the moment. So that would mean, obviously, Jonathan would need to get to 205 this game to stay ahead of Ari, and that's not including anyone else. See where Jonathan is here at the moment. Hold on 1 second. All right, folks, to try to get a little bit of intel here, see what's popping off. So, you saw what Ari did. I just learned he left 6, 7 pins, he just told me. So, Jondon Soper could not he had a chance to go around Ari if he would have struck on the first shot in the 10th. So, and he had like 160 working on the strike. So the best he could have done was even. And, Kyle King was already ahead of Ari. It's actually good news for Art. So, the question here, Felipe is in. Felipe is now at -16. Jonathan had a chance, but the best he could have done was 2-0. So it's very possible. Oh, wait, no. I forgot about our guy Jason, who just shot 300. Jason got himself to +12. Jason is in at +12. Kyle King is going to be plus. Soper is out. Felipe is in. So it's probably going to be Booker, Haynes, Patterson, Silva, King, Espriu, and Lowry. And not in that order, but those might be it. I think that's what we're looking at. Final shots. Well, this is what a time to be alive, as Drake would say. What about Robbie Patterson? What a block he had. He might end up taking the lead. But I know David Haynes got into the 250s. What did Robbie shoot? 240? Kyle King down the middle. And that'll do it. At 10:31 local time. There's still a Desperado to go, but we're almost there. Let's get those score sheets in. Folks, we'll see if we'll determine if they want to bowl.
6-7 pins that game to miss. 188. No, it's not enough.
Bowling is something else. I mean, bowling is wild. What a wild sport this is. Ooh, folks. You talking about a nice little jolt of energy. We got Robbie Patterson, possible 290. He shot 289. In the same game, Jason Mike Lowry shot 300. And ultimately, I'm sorry, not the same game. It seemed like the same game. Jason was actually in game 8. Robbie was finishing game 7. But the 300 from Lowry is ultimately going to get him in. Unless we're wrong. And, you know, I've been wrong before,
That
but
wraps up the 6 p.m. squad. In just a couple minutes to get the last couple scores from the players and get them entered.
I've seen some wild rounds
Get our
before.
cut number.
But, man, this was a little bit different.
Take any Desperado entries.
And just because of the length of the round, right? These 8-game blocks, there's just so much time for things to happen. And it doesn't seem like it, but
Take Desperado entries, and as soon as I get these last scores, I do need to announce.
man, you see somebody get on a run for 3-4 games, you think they're feeling good, and all of a sudden they're going to be right, and all of a sudden they shoot 2 160s, and next thing you know, they're fighting for the cut again. It's weird. Holy snikes.
The 2 I saw it did that.
Let me go give Theo his iPad here. I'm coming right back. We'll continue to discuss. I don't know what we just saw, folks. I'm still trying to process it all. I went down to, obviously we could see what Ari was doing. And so I went down to actually check on it. Or check who was next door, because I wanted to see Jonathan Soper finish up, and he had a chance. And then I walked further. Jonathan Mayer should have gotten to 220 plus. He ended up with 2-0, or could have got to 2-0. He left at 310 in the first shot in the 10th frame.
And as everyone saw, big congrats to Jason Lowry grabbing the first 300 game in the history of the event. We won't talk about the 12th, but it is on Bullstream.
Carl, yes, indeed. Great tournament indeed. Still got 2 games left. I'm sure Ari's now trying to figure out, should he be bowling the, is he going to bowl the Desperado? Because more than likely, he's going to be short. If Jason Lowry doesn't shoot 300, I mean, if he, let's see, even if he shot 279, I mean, that's still, yeah, if I mean, he basically got there. He would need to stop striking the front 6 or 7 for Ari to have a chance, basically. But 6-7 pins is tough also.
All right, bowlers,
and he made them all.
Final standings.
Final standings.
Your leader at plus 134.
Excuse me.
Mr. Robbie Patterson.
Robbie Patterson took the lead, folks.
Seconds at plus 133. David
It's impressive.
Eames. Robbie and David will both receive a 2-round bye tomorrow morning. In third at plus 122, Chris Silva. In fourth at plus 118, Deron Booker. Chris and Deron will both receive 1-round bye. In fifth at plus 16, Kyle King. In sixth at plus 12, Jason Lowry. And in seventh, your final cut number at minus 16, Felipe Esprue. Congrats to our finalists. If you guys will give me just a couple minutes, I will be ready for brackets, but let me get the Desperado on the floor. If you would like the Desperado, go ahead and come on up.
There you have it. It is nice to have the numbers correct. That's sometimes I like to say that's just years of experience on watching cut numbers on the PWBA tour, or I should say, getting them essentially before the final announcement is made so we can all have fun together. There are the scores on your screen. There you see Ari, 188. He was in, we were talking about him early, like just a few games ago. He was in the exact same spot he was earlier. At the time, he was 8th, and this was probably 3 games ago. He went 224, 208, 208. First of all, he shot 159, 157. Another good example of an 8-game block and what you can do in 8 games. And 227, 195, 224, 208, 208. 180 wasn't enough. How about Felipe? He shot 148 in game 6. Rallies to shoot 231. Obviously, Jason Lowry,
And as you
the
guys
story of the
are
day,
checking
or
in,
at least the night.
once I see how many we got, then I'll run the lanes and
It was almost
announce what
like
lane you
2
guys
different
will be
people
reporting
bowled
to.
under the name Jason Lowry. But it sounds like, based on what he told me earlier and told you, don't have a patty melt before you bowl. A little too heavy. Heavy on the tummy. Lost the energy. Rallied 300 on the end. But the big 259 in game 6. 202, 259, 206, 300. Plus 12 gets him in. Kyle King had a pretty decent day overall. Never really, again, a couple of 170s. Yes, that could have hurt him. But he did what he had to do. 235. D-Ron Booker was the leader for the majority of this block. He and Chris Silva traded off. But David Haynes finishes second by 1 pin. Robbie Patterson. 228, 215, 289, 247. Again, game 7 and 8. I'm now so interested in my guy Daniel Ferris, he's a numbers person. I'm now so curious about what's the field average for games 7 and 8 of every squad. Because folks have put in work in those games. Dylan Taylor, the afternoon squad, he went 230, 240 to make it. And just some wild stuff. How are we going to see who's going to bowl this Desperado? The Desperado is on its way, folks. So hang tight. Not going off the air. But we'll have the standings there for you. See if I can get that cursor out the way. There we go. What are you talking about there, Raymond? Oh, okay. Typo, all right. I'm like, who is Red Abbott? I didn't even see that. Yeah. Yeah. The good news is for David Haynes, he gets a 2-round bye, even though he's not the leader on this squad. He gets a 2-round bye along with Robbie Patterson, but now Robbie will have a higher seed. And at this point, hold on 1 second.
All right, bowlers, this is your 3-minute warning. At 10:45, I will be drawing lanes. So if you would like to get in the Desperado, now is your chance.
So here's what we have now through 4 squads. So Robbie Patterson with that edge of David Haynes, he also edged Jacob Buttriff for essentially the number 2 overall seed at this point. Michael Fitzgerald plus 201. Look at what Fitzgerald did, and then just work your way down. I mean, how in God's name did Michael Fitzgerald produce a block of plus 201? So basically what, again, right there, what you're looking at is your top 7 seeds. If Theo does join us here for the Desperado, I'll try to remember to ask him about the tie between Jacob and David Haynes, and if that will have any influence on seeding for tomorrow. But again, both of those players will receive 2-round buys. But that's basically your top, I mean, you see your top 7, but you can go into your top 8. See how many people went plus. So 24 players went plus overall. Now, if you look at it and you got 4 squads, you say, hey, that's kind of what you might expect. So what's going to happen here is at 10:45 local. Well, it's 10:45. Theo just gave a 3-minute warning. He is going to draw for lanes for the Desperado. I'm going to guess the Desperado begins at 11. That's my guess right now. I don't see a lot of players clamoring to go bowl, though. I'm not seeing a lot. There's not even a big line at the check-in right now. So I don't know how many people might bowl this, to be honest with you. Some folks have probably had enough. So now I'm good. I've did all I could do for bowling today. I've done all I can do. Jason Lowry, though, that's the one. Man shot 300
starting lane assignments.
to get to plus 12. Make the cut.
On lane 3, Russ Oviax.
And D squad. All right, Russ Oviax.
Kyle Michalowski.
Lane 3, Kyle Michalowski. Lane 4.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I kept the bowler in there, so I'll just replace that bowler. Lane 5, Tim Eichhorn. Lane
Tim
6,
Eichhorn, lane 5.
Johnston.
Christine Johnson, lane 6.
7, Chris Sanders.
Chris Sanders.
Also lane 7, Brandon Knapp.
Lane 7,
Lane
Brandon
8,
Knapp,
Mark
lane 7.
Learn.
Lane 8,
Lane 9, Josh Anthony.
Josh Anthony, lane 9.
Alec Johnson.
Alec Johnson, lane
Lane
9.
10, Anthony Kando.
Anthony Kando, lane 10.
Lane 11, Keith Yovaseker. Lane 11, Kyle Wakefield. Lane 12, Kyle Duster. Lane 13, Kayshawn Manning. Also lane 13, Ryan Ghost. Martin Ho, you will be on lane 5. Maybe there was something not accurate in there. So Martin, you are in lane 5. Lane 14, Joshua Gage. Lane 15, Pat Lombardo. Lane 16, Troy Blickenstaff. Lane 17, Ari Wilson. Lane 18, John Richards. Lane 19, Corrine Acuff. Lane 20, Kay Killian. Lane 21, Matt Herberts. Lane 22, Brian Bledsoe. I feel like I missed a bowler. If I missed you, please come let me know really quick so I can add you. I knew I missed one.
Desperado. Oh, I got a camera to move.
All right, bowlers, I will give you just a minute to get to your lanes. We're going to turn you guys on for 5 minutes of practice to get loose. This is the Desperado. We're not doing full practice for Desperado. You're going to just get going, 5 minutes, and then 2 games. The left lane will move 1 pair to the left. The right lane will move 1 pair to the right. Top 4 will make the finals. 2 minutes remaining, bowlers. 2 minutes, except for 3 and 4. Bowlers 5 through 22, go ahead and hold up. 3 and 4 will give you a couple minutes to get warmed up. All right, guys. Hold up on your practice. We're going to get your guys' letters in there. And we'll get you guys all started. Once again, the left lane will go left, the right lane will go right. The top 4 from this will make tomorrow's top 32 brackets. If you're still in the building and you made the finals for tomorrow, bowling starts promptly at 8 a.m., so please be here before that.
The race. We've got 28 bowlers in a match play
If
bracket.
you have an extra bowler and you are unsure how to put them absence, please just raise your hand. I'll come down and help you out.
We need
Super quick.
4 more. We've got 2 games to determine that. 26 bowlers, 4 of them will advance. Christine Johnston. She ended the block with a game of 230. .230 would go a long way right now. I mean, this is like the true race. This is where the slow start is not your thing. That's not what you want. Mark Learned is over here on 7 and 8, along with Chris Sanders and Brandon Knapp. Martin Ho. Tim Eichhorn. And again, Christine Johnson on 5 and 6. Over on 3 and 4, Russ Oviatt, Kyle McLowski, Shane Menier. Kyle Duster is over on, what's that, 11 and 12. Anthony Cando's on 9 and 10. See if our roster is loaded into the standings for this one yet. I don't think it is. Yeah, beds are, oh, there's no scores. My bad. Tell who's ready to sleep. No scores. Sorry. Speaking of beds, yeah, I'd take one. I'm good with it. Oof. God. Mercy. Oh my goodness. Got to make the spare though. There's been too many of those frustrations. You know, in a two-game situation, you know, Theo said earlier, like, you know, 180, 240, two-teen, whatever gets you there, but at two anything, I just feel like you feel comfortable. Oh, Mark, give it a run. Look of determination on so many faces. We'll see if it changes at all after game one. Chris Sanders had a chance to make it this afternoon. He was in the number with a game or two to go. Okay, Brandon Knapp. All right, so far. Not seeing a lot of stuff going on again on the high end, but it's very early. Do see a spare 3-bagger over on 11 and 12. Again, top 4 will advance 2-game sprint. $212,197 van race. All right. Yeah, that sounds like a winner to me. Oh, what a spare that was. Seen a couple of 4-5s made today. I think Marlon Brown made one. Oh. Alec Johnson. Look at that 7-pin to fall. Roland's in for 402. Roland hope work was good. It's funny, you had a whole work shift today. I'm still here. Well, I guess we all are. Oh, man. This is great. Uh-oh. All right, Mark. Rip, man, why are you up, bro? What is it? Hey, listen, if anyone is still watching this and you live in the Eastern time zone or even in the Central time zone, I mean, you are really, I appreciate it. Theo appreciates it. The bowlers appreciate it. I mean, if you wanted to go to sleep, it's, wouldn't be a bad idea. Just, But again, I'm happy that we have some company this evening. Again, tomorrow, match play will begin at 8 a.m. local, 9 a.m. Mountain, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. Well, Terry, I appreciate it. But that's essentially what we do. There were some points earlier in the day where we were on, obviously, and there wasn't a ton of chat movement at the time. So I kept refreshing just to make sure that the chat was working. Every now and then, a YouTube chat will kind of freeze up on you. Hold on. Spare 5-bagger on 11 and 12. All right, next time that person is up, check out who that is. Air Bear, we've been talking about that. I said 421 earlier. Rip, I think he's in for 409. 409, a great household cleaner as well. 409 if you're scoring at home. Check your kitchen cabinet and you might have some 409 under there. Yes, it is that time of the evening. So, all right, so it's Kyle Duster who's got the string. Let's see how he's playing them here late. Been watching Brandon do his thing. And a 7-pin there from Brandon. We'll see Kyle Duster. Oh my. Well, obviously Leach won it right there, and again, that's just hope that it maybe results in something you can make. This is makeable, but it's not how you drew it up. Soviet can get to 180, 185 specifically with a strike. Shane over there on 3 and 4. One more, he's going to be in the 2 teens. Be one to watch. Nice job by Kyle Duster, by the way, to make that spare. The old 1-7 again. $204 for Shane. Looks like we already got a couple of, or at least one group on the high end. They're already done with their first game. Okay, Mark. Duster again. Well, if Kyle can get into the 260s, there's no coasting, but say that'd be pretty solid. Oh, John Verbal. Well done, John. 404 not found. That is applicable to some bowlers here this evening, or today rather, the whole day. I do believe, I'll double check, but the lane move I think is the same. Oh, Christine's gonna need a little help here. Again, top 4.
I'm gonna grab game 1.
Theo did confirm same move. Terry, yes, from what I was told. Yeah, Darren did not compete this year due to injury. That's disappointing on a couple levels. I hope he gets well. I hope he's feeling better. And B, he's a great dude, and I always enjoy getting a chance to catch up with him. Duster went 9 spare in the 9th. Nap, oh my, 2, 4, 10. Oh, carry it. Nice, Brandon. Pulling out all the stops. There's no more games. That's not true. There's one more. But you know what I mean. 220 is better than 210 in this situation. And I know that's, of course it's better. But in this situation, you want that 220. That was a huge spare, mate. 224 for Brandon. A-pin's gonna cost Tim 210. Spare to get him to 201. Not the easiest of spares for Christine Johnston. That's got a hook, boy. And I mean, just as I said, 220 better than 210 in a 2-game, obviously, right? It's just one you gotta have. Hopefully, it won't come back it cost her, and even that pin there, 200. Martin Ho still can get into the 220s. Duster's going to be in the 230s. And those who have moved have already done so on the high end. It's funny how this is working out, right? Earlier today, high end was last to be done. Middle squad today, high end was already done. Last squad, high end last to be done. This squad, high end already in game 2. Oh, Kyle Wakefield is down there. He's got a possibility of getting into the 220s. Hold on, ball. Nice spare, Martin. Huge there. Huge. He's going to be in the 2-0s. There's going to be some disappointed folks. There's already been several. But someone's probably going to shoot 425 and somehow miss it. Kyle Wakefield. Well, he's going to be at 2-0. Left the big 4. He'll need some count. Martin Ho. And 204. Wakefield shoots 203. Kyle Duster shot 237. Olsen is awake. Good morning, Olsen. It is this is the Desperado squad. The final squad. We really already had the final squad, but this is the final squad. It's in the hands of Christine Johnson, folks. She's got one of the better looks here. But we all saw what Jason Lowry did, so I mean, hell, who knows? If you didn't see it, Olsen, you're just joining us. Jason Lowry shot 300 game 8 of the D squad tonight. After being minus 88 with a game to go to make the cut, make the bracket for tomorrow. That was after Robbie Patterson shot 289 on 290 opportunity, and Robbie ends up in the overall squad, or the squad leader, not the overall leader, the squad leader. But he was second overall, plus 134. Four spots available. There are 32 bracket spots, 28 of them are currently accounted for. 4 spots up for grabs. Game 2 of this Desperado, game 2 of 2. This is it. Hook.
All right. Game 2 is going to be very interesting. After updating scores.
Oh, we got some scores. Okay.
Our top 4. Kyle Duster plus 37. Troy Blickenstaff plus 30. Brandon Knapp plus 24. Corrine Acuff plus 17. And then all the way down to 14th is within 25 pins. 14th is at -8. But even all the way down to 18th is -18, so there's really only 35 pins between 4th and 18th. This is what we look forward to. I don't know about you, but I have that tie feeling. I'm really hoping not, but I just have that feeling.
I think it's probably inevitable at this point.
Christine's got a good look over here.
She does.
Hey, didn't you say she was going to parlay
She did.
her way in here?
She shot 230, 236 actually in game 8.
Okay.
Look at Brandon.
As I was getting the scores, he said, I have the shot, I just wasn't playing it.
It's fair.
He's sitting 3rd right now, so.
Bledsoe back at it. Back opens to start though.
And he had 182 the first game, so he really needed a big one this one.
Corrine bowled, she bowled 12:30 and 6. And again.
And she's got to go to work at midnight.
What?
Yeah. Derek was telling me they got home super late Well, they went to a concert last night after he flew in from Bowl Expo. Went to a concert, Fall Out Boy. Then they had to pick up Christine, who's on 7 and 8. I believe he said 12:30 or 1 in the morning. And they got home.
Like from the airport?
Yes.
Okay.
Finally got home around and in bed around 3. And he said the kids were up at 6:30.
Oh yeah, I know that life. Oh yeah.
And she's got to go to work at midnight. So if she makes it, she's working 12 to 6 and she'll be back here at 8 in the morning.
But Matt, I don't know if it's she can want to say it. You know, so I always say I don't know if folks can say what they do publicly or not. I'm curious what she does.
She's a nurse.
Oh, how about that?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I won't say she's used to it, but she's probably been in positions that, you know, she's had to be up.
Yeah.
For a minute. Some 24 hours.
If she makes it, she might be doing more than that.
The nursing game.
It's 12 to 6 back here at 8. Sounds like get off work, go home, shower, and come right back to bowling. Don't sign me up for that.
That's impressive.
I think she's struggling in game 2. I know when I walked down there a minute ago, she, I think, started game 2 with a couple opens. So.
It's like 19, 20, 21, and 22. Almost done with game 2. I can't believe what you just said. Just got to go to work.
She's got to be at work at midnight.
Wow. But she's got all my respect, man.
Yeah.
I'm over here worried about packing my clothes when I get back. She's got to go to work to help save lives. Wow.
I know we bowl a late league on Thursdays in the fall winter, and we get out of here usually about 11:30, and she goes to work.
I wonder, does she normally work at 12?
I don't know.
Like 12s are common in the nursing world.
I want to say she normally does work like 3 12s or something.
I don't know about this game, too.
All right, Matt Herbert's in at 400.
Uh-oh. We'll write him down. 4-0-0. Kyle Wakefield might make this thing interesting. Learned a lot about him the other day. Nice little convo. Engineer.
Great guy. For the longest time, we've bowled either same leagues or anything together. And I had no idea that his daughter played in the same soccer league and actually on the same soccer team as my youngest for a season or two. Had no idea. Until all of a sudden we were at a birthday party for his daughter. And I walked in and said, hey, I know you.
Wow, what a double. Huge break. Bledsoe striking off camera just to the left there. Be on the lookout for any Jason Mike Lowry like games. Guy just stole the show there.
Yeah, I mean, what, yesterday Matt Zweig was minus 87 with 4 to go. And went 100 over to get there. And Jason today, I think, was more than that. Because his last 4, I want to say he went 160 or 165 over.
I think it was 161.
Yeah.
But minus 155 for the first 4.
Wow. That's impressive. That's the definition of I still have a chance.
I said this earlier, like he could have just said after those 4 games, like, all right, I'm just going to use the last 4 games to experiment, practice. Like, and we've all had those thoughts. We've probably done it, right? In tournament, you know, maybe you feel like you can't win.
Absolutely.
All right, well, you know, let's learn something. Let's gather some information. And he did not do that. He kept looking for score. Like Ari can only get to 190. That's got a hook.
Doesn't look like our inaugural runner-up will be trying to make a run tomorrow. Russ Oviatt's in at 379. Shane Manier in at 402.
What did Bledsoe shoot?
I believe he had 182 the first game.
He can shoot 237.
After a rough start, too. Karina Acuff will fall out. She shot 162 for a 379. Well, that's interesting. At the top, Troy Blickenstaff, who shot 230, shot 155. He's in at 385. This is how we saw our qualifying happen. Guys would have a good game and then fall off the second game. I was notified by Allison that Karine works 214s.
I'd take that deal.
Right? Well, you got
That's
what?
pretty much what I do.
16 today,
Pretty
14
much what
today.
I do. But not, I'm sure not as close for her.
I'm bubble again. -8.
Ari's in at 392.
Oh, I'm out. Because what's her name? Kyle Duster. And then I'm pretty sure one of them two will make it.
Oh! Tim Eichhorn with the rolled 3-pin. Well, and he had 200 the first game.
Christine got, damn. All right, see you later.
Bledsoe making it interesting. So is Tim.
Yeah, Tim shot 200 even the first game. Alec Johnson, 210. Puts him at 398. Christine shoots 204 to get to 418. We're gonna have a lot of guys in the 390 to 4.0 range.
Let me get my guy. Bledsoe.
$237. That's huge. Gets him to 419. Did I do that math right?
237 and what?
And 182. Minus 18. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Uh-oh, we're getting closer.
And Tim's going to be in at 436. I still have that tie feel.
What's our tiebreaker scenario?
9th and 10th frame.
9th and 10th frame roll-off, tiebreaker. All right, we need some bowling to watch.
Brandon Knapp is in at plus 18.
Uh-oh. That's already a tie.
Oh, man.
It's a tie with Christine Johnston.
Kyle Wakefield's in at 400 on the nose. Christine seems to think she's out with 418.
Well, that must be some.
I'm not seeing it.
I mean, wait, well. I mean, Tim's in at 430 something, right?
436. That's got to be leading.
Yeah.
Depending on what Kyle Duster's got. I think Duster's got 24 on the board.
Kendall would need 204.
This is interesting. Did Kyle turn in his score sheet?
Duster?
Yeah.
Not yet. I think he's still bowling.
He's not done. He's still bowling.
He's got possible 224, I think. After this long of a day, I can't really see that far, but I think he's got 174 with a spare in the ninth.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. That tie is, it's happening.
I think so.
Kyle shot 237, right? Pretty sure I wrote that down.
The first game?
Yep. Game one.
Yes, that is correct. Anthony Cando's shot 214 the first game. So he needs 204 to tie Christine. So he needs a double and 8 to tie.
What happens if we get a three-way tie?
We have a three-way 10th frame roll.
Okay.
Should be interesting. And it's very possible right now. It's out there. But a double on this is not a given.
Allison, we're saying tie because there's already two players tied at a number.
Yes.
So it's again, it's like
she's also texted me and said, "Stop saying tie."
The agent. What was the agent's name in the Matrix?
I don't think I ever saw the Matrix.
What?
Yeah. Just never. Oh.
Good Lord.
Cando with, I think, a Greek church.
No, just the.
Oh, just the. Okay.
But either way.
Yeah, that's gonna take him out of it.
So Duster did finish at 201.
Yep, I think it's 201 down there from what it looks like. He was bowling with Pat Lombardo. Is that 181?
Yes.
I'll probably take Pat out of it.
Thank you, Cam. By the way, Cam, those 2 8-pins you left really hurt me too.
Do we know what Ari Wilson had his second game?
190-ish, maybe?
Notes say 392, so that would give him 190 on the nose. Okay.
I wouldn't tell her to leave, but if everyone would turn in their score sheets, we would know.
She's already tied with somebody at 418. Yes. There's one person at 419. I don't think she might be tied. She might be. I'm not 100% sure. I think we called it.
It was inevitable.
It was inevitable.
Agent Smith.
From the looks of it, we'll give it to Bullstream TV first. Your leader is Kyle Duster at 438. Second is Tim Eichhorn at plus 36. Third is Brian Bledsoe at plus 19. And fourth is a tie with Christine Johnston and Brandon Knapp at plus 18. I'm going to step away and make those announcements and get them started for 9th and 10th frame roll-off.
Mr. Anderson. It was inevitable. Allison, I just, sometimes you just been around this thing for too long. You just know what's going to happen. You just know.
All right, bowlers, your 4 finalists from the Desperado. Your leader at plus 38, Kyle Duster. Second at plus 36, Tim Eichhorn. Third at plus 19, Brian Bledsoe. And fourth, we have the inevitable. 2 years in a row, a tie for the 32nd spots in tomorrow's brackets. At plus 18, Christine Johnston and Brandon Knapp. You guys will be bowling on 9 and 10. Brandon did have the higher game, so he will get choice of which lane and who goes first or second. You guys will be just 9th and 10th frame roll-off. You guys can have 1 shot on each lane, and then Brandon, you get your choice.
Both of those players packed up.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Now this is interesting only because they're both wearing the same jersey. And I don't know if that's on purpose. I mean, this is, you know, maybe it's just by chance that they're wearing the same jersey. Honestly, like literally they're wearing the same jersey. You know, and Christine has, you know, been part of Team Canada. She's Canadian, which made me think for a minute that Brandon perhaps was Canadian, also part of Team Canada, and I still don't know if that not to be true. Well, been involved with this event for 2 years. It's only been around for 2 years. And the Desperado squad has ended in a tie in each of the first 2 years. Also saw something that has never happened before in those first 2 years. In the first 300 game was shot earlier today by Jason Lowry. The first squad to have 2 ties happened. That was, 12:30.
You can't plan that. This was destiny. That's a conspiracy. Oh, dude, I was absolute destiny.
I missed the announcement on how many shots they get. Well, Cam, I appreciate we were talking about goals and stuff earlier. And like, when was that first event? You said, hey, I'm going to just, you know, give it a try and test my skills. And it looks like maybe that was that event for you. So, but yeah, I appreciate you having that courage to step up and give this thing a go. So we have 31 of the 32 competitors figured out. I do know, at least I heard him say, or Brandon was going to go second. Which means that he's going to know exactly what he's going to need, but he's going to control his own destiny by doing that. So he can essentially just say, all right, this is over. I'm going to shoot 60 and be done with it. So, first official stop, Johnston. To pin early. I mean, literally, the players are wearing the same jersey. This is wild. Brandon Knapp to a good start there on the, I think he was on 5 and 6, no, maybe 7 and 8. All right. Three, 6, 10. makes it, they're tied. If he does not, Johnston will have a chance to win. No matter what. He made it. Why don't we just have another tie? At this point, I actually would like to see another tie.
Just a little.
Just because.
One ball sudden death.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Is that the next
Yes.
phase? Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
I mean, why not, right?
Big shot there. That's huge for many reasons, but he's forcing Christine out of match basically at this point. This is the one like Neo. Got it right. He makes the spare. That is 40. Well, some of y'all are real silly up. Are really up, man. This is crazy. Nice spare.
Are any of them on the East Coast?
Yes. It's impressive. It's midnight.
Hey, this is what we do, right? This is why we have ties. Keep it exciting for the viewers.
Big opportunities here.
She needs this one, right?
Has to happen. Just through the nose, and Brandon Knapp is going to advance.
We're going to have to come up with some fancy name for like the 32nd seed, since it's always a tie.
Is that the guaranteed? Like this Brandon's now the 32nd?
Yes, it'll be the 32nd seed.
Boy, Christine bowled so well in this Desperado, and really the last portion of D squad. I don't know what I don't recall what she left in the 10th. I think it was a split of some kind, but she opened in the 10th.
Thank you for doing all this. Much appreciated.
Well, all right. We made it.
We made it.
Well, okay, folks. Please go to sleep. All you Eastern time zoners, please go to sleep.
Yep. I'm going to finish some things up and then go home, take a nap.
Yeah, you should do that. I'll close it out here.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Nice job today. All right, that's Theo Duthay, your tournament director. And congrats to Brandon Knapp. And again, man, tough way. She bowled so well. But she thought she was out after opening in the 10th. And had a tie, of course, and second consecutive roll-off here in the Desperado squad. Well, folks, I'm not going to even waste any more time. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to get the hell out of here. It's been a fun day. 3 full squads, Desperado. We've got our 32 players. And we will see you all bright and early, but before we go, let's see if we can get one more look at the standings. Well, maybe I can't look at the standings. Doesn't look like I can. Looks like Theo's already made some adjustments to it for the Desperado. Actually, no. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay. We got there. We got there. Oh, that's not right. Well, maybe we can. Probably was for the best. Nonetheless, all right, we know our 32 players. I'm getting out of here. See you guys tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. local, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 Mountain. If you're there, we will see you bright and early. There will be several players with 2-round buys, some with 1-round buys, and plenty of matches to start the morning. So make sure you're with us. Big thanks to all of our guests today. Jen Mayer from Oasis Pet Grooming, Matt Zweig, who will be bowling in the morning during match play also. Of course, Theo Duthay earlier today, John Verbal. And I feel like I'm missing someone. But I apologize nonetheless. Big thanks to all of the sponsors. Of course, EFX and Chuck's Painting. And finally, Brunswick, David's Desert Chapel, MCC Premium Label Solutions, 10-Back Bowling Solutions, Ramsey Auto Center, the aforementioned Oasis Pet Grooming, True Amateur Tournaments in Desert Southwest, John Verbal, West USA Realty, and Yates Buick GMC. That is going to do it for me. See you in the morning. My name is Emil Williams Jr. For Theo, Mike, and the entire staff. We'll see you in the AM. Match play, 10K on the line, CBE 10K Cactus Classic. You watched it live and only on Bowl Stream TV. We will see you in the AM, folks. Have a great rest of your early, late evening, morning, whatever you want to call it. Good night.